Hello and welcome to my Resident Evil 4 commentary. This is going to be a professional run with an S+ rank, and it was recorded, maybe the game was out for 3 months? 4 months? I won't be yapping constantly. I will talk during cutscenes about different things that come up, but I'm mainly going to be talking when I have something to say, talking about remake culture in general, things I liked about the game, things I didn't like about the game, and pretty much just going through it at a nice chill pace here. So if you just want a longer video, or if you want something to maybe fall asleep to, just throw this on and enjoy the game with me.
September 30th, 1998. It's a day I'll never forget. The cop inside me died that day. And that night, Raccoon City was wiped out, thanks to the bioweapons created by Umbrella. Somehow I made it out, but too many others weren't so lucky. I was asked later to join a top-secret government program. Not that I had a choice. The training, punishing missions, nearly killed me. But at least I kept my mind off everything. If I could just forget what happened that night, the pain, even for a second. This time, it can be different. It has to.
Really great introduction to the game. I mean, showing off Krauser right at the beginning so he's not such a out-of-nowhere character was a really smart move. And to take this angle with Leon where he's still very much affected by what went on in Raccoon City, in this game it's definitely a more subdued, more sad version of Leon than what we get in the original version. And that version of the game, Leon is pretty much a Chad badass for the entire duration. But this Leon, we have to remember, he got sent to do this pretty much against his will. Well, not necessarily sent to do this, but he didn't want to be a government agent. The epilogue of Resident Evil 3, if you'll remember that, I know that's kind of a deep cut, but even though Leon wasn't in that game, he had an epilogue that showed sort of what happened to him after the incident in Raccoon City. And he was approached by, it says, someone who claims to be with the Secret Service. So this is probably part of the government that is even higher than like the Secret Service, right? And they wanted Leon. They wanted him because he was able to survive this incident. They wanted him because of his skill set. He was a very capable rookie cop. And they thought that he could be a very capable agent. But on top of that, they wanted to keep an eye on him. I mean, they were willing to nuke, the government was willing to nuke all of Raccoon City to cover up their own involvement. So not only are we dealing with a Leon who was roped into doing this, you know, with the threat of death or incarceration, if I had to guess, we're also dealing with a Leon who has really failed to save people, really failed to save anybody. You know, Raccoon City famously nuked. All the people that Leon comes across during his campaign in Resident Evil 2, they're either dead, infected, or just, I think that's it. I think they're all just dead or infected. Ada, famously, he couldn't save her. So Leon is just holding, you know, all this guilt and all this, like, what's it called? Survivor's guilt? Maybe it's just normal guilt. The guilt of like, oh, I couldn't save someone. And then you can add Sherry to that list because she was left in government custody and they continued to experiment on her. So, you know, Leon's track record so far is not too great. And his lines at the beginning of this game imply that, like, if he's not able to complete this mission, then, like, I mean, who knows what he would do, you know what I mean? The story of Resident Evil 4, the whole scenario with it actually goes pretty hard when you actually sit and talk about what's going on. I know a lot of people like to sort of write it off as like, oh, it's hokey, oh, it's campy, oh, it's not as deep or serious as the other games or whatever, you know, which, let's be real, it's all, you know, B-movie schlock, but there is a lot of really good character stuff. There is a lot of really good scenario stuff going on in this game. And with that, we're in the run. Now, a really fun thing about this this run, because I don't know if I mentioned it, but this is a no damage playthrough. It's going to be a no damage run, and I'm going to get the best rank of S+. Now, the strategies on how to do all of this, a lot of it, I just trial and errored it myself, you know what I mean? Because this was pretty close to when the game came out. There weren't really a lot of runs on YouTube, and there were some parts of this game where I was just like, how are you supposed to get through here with no damage? But I don't remember exactly how we get through everything with no damage. I don't remember what guns I used. I don't remember if I did use the rockets, which bosses I rocketed or anything like that. I don't remember anything about this run because it was months ago. Like a year ago at this point that I recorded this. So it's going to be a surprise for all of us, you know. We'll see what the gameplay is like. We'll see what I was getting up to, you know what I mean? I'm still amazed at how fast this police officer was killed. It just kind of blows my mind. Well, I guess this was the moment. I guess that was the moment that he was really killed. But it's like, who killed him? You know, who killed him, I wonder. You know what? I think that was actually the cop who's still in the car. That's who screamed. That makes a lot more sense. But yeah, this first cop, he was killed. He was brought all the way down here. I mean, this guy went out in record time, right? I know there's a fade to black, so we don't know how long this guy has been, like, missing or whatever, but it couldn't have been that long. It really couldn't have been. At least I don't think so.
What's your situation?
You know what? I guess I was wrong. Because that guy just got attacked, like, right now. So it was the guy in the basement that we heard. What happened to this guy? We don't pass anybody on the way to him. It's like he just spontaneously dies or something. Easy. Yeah, that part's really not bad at all. That first zombie, I mean, he never lunges.
Bruce, this is Condor 1.
Hunnigan here. What's your sit rep?
The President's daughter, Baby Eagle. It's likely she's in this village.
Our intel was correct then. Well done.
That is such an adorable but such a stupid code name. Especially if you're trying to be incognito, right? You know, other people have pointed that out, but you don't call the President's daughter Baby Eagle. you know what I mean? It's kind of obvious. But it's so cute. It's like you just want to keep it, you know. She's Baby Eagle. It's adorable.
I'll let myself out.
These guys aren't mindless. They're not zombies. Wonder what's going on. Holy. You know, I guess I did shoot that crow every time, because you can get bullets from that thing sometimes. Bullets in this beginning opening part, I remember now, real pain in the ass because you've got a big fight coming up in the village. Wow, I'm actually pretty good at this game. Seriously, I have not played through this game since I completed this run. I did play the DLC this year, but that's the only Resident Evil 4 I played. Once I was done with this, I think my total playtime for all the time I spent with the game was like over 200 hours. And man, when I rolled credits on the no damage run, I was like, I am so done. I am so done with this game. It's a crapshoot whether that guy's going to hit you or if the guy you ran past is going to be blocking the door. It really is. Yeah, this is all coming back to me. It's funny because this is the beginning. And I had to do this so many times. So this is the part that I remember the most for sure. At a very particular route through this village. And I tried to take out as many people as I could before things kick off. Being able to do stealth takedowns in this game, very cool. You know, and it sort of fits the vibe of what we got going on because, you know, Leon is infiltrating. He is infiltrating. I mean, he's not supposed to be here. And he's not supposed to be making a big fuss because, I mean, the government only sent one guy, you know? I think this is all I'm able to get without alerting everybody. I remember there's a grenade involved in this. And maybe I'm using the tower strat. If I do, I think this is like when it was discovered, when the tower strategy was discovered, and you know, I'll let it play out. You'll see for yourself. Oh yeah, it's coming. This strategy is amazing. Now, as easy as this looks, you might think like, oh man, wow, what a cheese strat. This can go wrong in so many ways. Now, the developers of this remake, they're actually really cheeky, and they made it so that if you go to Leon's right, even a little bit, you'll fall through the floor. Because this also was sort of a valid strategy in the original game. They thought that players would try it again. And so they put that failsafe in there. So like, no, you can't just go hide in the tower. But for starters, you don't have a ton of ammo. So you can't stay up here forever. And when the chainsaw guy shows up, he's not going to care about you popping him in the head a few times. You know, he's going to climb that ladder. So the general idea of, at least my version of the strategy here, is I need the one grenade and I need it for my escape. The flash grenade as well. That's why I went out of my way to pick that up. The grenade is to just get a bunch of kills because this is on sort of a timer that can go down faster if you kill enemies faster. So that grenade is to just get a bunch of kills, try to get the chainsaw guy out here, and there he is. Looks great in this game. Really does. With his weird, like, look at his eyes, right? They're like too far apart. Weird, isn't it? But the idea is you wait for him to get into this little area, and he'll help you out too. He'll start gunning you. Oh my god, I'm out of ammo. Oh my god. Oh man. That's not a part of the plan. Okay, see, now we are improvising. Holy hell. Yeah, you throw the flash, you trigger the fall, and since everybody's stunned, you kick and get out of there. But I mean, there are so many things that could hit you. There's so many things that could go wrong with that strategy. It is not safe, but I got lucky this time. Man, imagine not liking this game. Like, imagine playing this and just being like, oh, you know, it didn't do anything for me. Like, do you even like video games? Do you? That goes for the original as well. Like, that goes for the original as well. If you play Resident Evil 4, it doesn't fucking tickle your fancy. You tell me you like video games. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, man. Beautiful.
Huh?
So that pile of bodies that I just looted there, they always gather up right there. And the time that it takes you to go upstairs, grab the shotgun, grab the grenade, jump out the window, if you turn to your left, they're always bunched up there. So the strategy is, hopefully when you throw that grenade, it's over. You've killed enough people. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes somebody throws a sickle at your face and you gotta restart from the beginning and rewatch all these cutscenes again. Grinding out this no damage run was probably like half of my 200 hours of playtime, to be quite honest. Like, I'm not by any means a god gamer or anything like that. I never do things like this, and it was a lot of fun. It was very stressful, but it was a lot of fun.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
He said the line. Now, this juxtaposition of the corny line that Leon just said with that burning police officer, like, that is so Resident Evil 4, just encapsulated in 5 seconds.
I've identified a route to the lake. Look for a large windmill. There's a path on the far side of it.
Windmill. Copy that.
And be careful. Roost out.
And now we can safely loot this place. So I'm just going to go around, loot the whole place, try to get everything that I can. While I'm doing that, let's talk a little bit about this remake, you know, and remake culture in general, because there's been a lot of pushback from gamers with all the remakes that we've been seeing lately, especially from the Resident Evil series. And I want to touch on that a little bit because, you know, obviously I am a creative, you know, I like to draw, I like to make videos, you know. So I feel like I understand the desire to remake something great that you made already. Now, I know it's a little bit different for video games because, like, all the same people that worked on the original Resident Evil 4, they're not here working on this remake. This is essentially a new generation of developers working on this. But on that note, I also can understand wanting to sort of put your own stamp on something legendary that was made before. Because I'm one of those people that does say, like, hey, they're both here. They both exist. You know, we can enjoy both of them. So you get to see this like spicier version of Resident Evil 4 that's a little bit more grounded, takes itself a little bit more seriously. And that's enough reason on its own to exist, I think. On top of the gameplay mechanics of it being completely different. I mean, these games are not the same. They're just not the same. They're two different games called Resident Evil 4. It just upsets me so much when people try to write off a remake just on the basis of it being a remake. Like, I can understand if you've got remake fatigue or whatever, but in that case I would say, you know, just don't play the game. Maybe come back around to it later when you're not feeling so fatigued. But, you know, don't try to ruin the fun for everybody else. These games are awesome. You telling me you want to live in a world where Resident Evil 1 remake, 2 remake, 3 remake, 4, they don't exist? You just want to get rid of them? Is that a better world? And especially be nice to Capcom, because they do still make 100% original Resident Evil games. I mean, you get your 7, you get your 8. We're probably going to get 9 next. After the inevitable Resident Evil 1 remake, that is. Oh, looks like I left the bomb here to use it on this bull guy. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm just running for it. Wow, okay. Well, somebody got blown up by it. Yeah, I think I'm just running from the exit here. It's so interesting to me because I don't know the run. So, like, there are other commentary runs that people do where they're like, oh yeah, and here's why I'm doing this, and here's why I'm doing that, and da-da. And I'm just like, oh, so that's how I got through that. Wow. It's like I'm watching somebody else's gameplay. Like, I wouldn't be able to just sit down and replicate this gameplay. Like, I had a very intimate understanding of this game when I did this run. And so it's just really interesting to see how dialed in I was. I'm such a sweaty gamer. It's amazing. They nailed this look. Like, they really did. Every place that you go to, you're just like, I remember this. This is how it looks in my mind, but with such increased fidelity, like, they didn't fuck up the art direction. I love that. Alright, we're coming up on the end of chapter 1. And after I got through the village, it's actually pretty smooth. Taking out that guy in particular is always really satisfying. I don't know why. Maybe it's because he's like in the middle of doing something. you just interrupt him in like the worst way. There's our man.
That hurts, you know? It seemed like you really wanted to talk. How observant, senor. Now, say, you got a smoke? You know, those things will kill you. Oh, well, maybe just untie me then, huh? Joder, not this guy! Who are you? Okay, stop right there!
You know, I don't think I realized how hard Mendez throws Leon into that wall. I mean, he kind of just yeets him the fuck out of there, doesn't he? Holy hell, what is going on? We got costumes in the run. Oh my goodness. I forgot about that. This run was segmented, by the way. Like, do you think I'm crazy? This was, I grinded chapter by chapter until I was able to get through the chapter without taking damage. And I guess along the way, I got tired of the default costumes, and so I would just change the costume. Now Leon's just looking, he's looking romantic. He's ready for Ashley.
I guess you're here looking for someone. One more guess. Maybe some missing señorita?
Young girl? Talk. Now.
All right. See. Heard chatter about moving, señorita.
You know, it's worth mentioning that compared to the way that these two were locked up in the original game, I always thought it was strange because if you look here, they clearly can get up, right? Like, I'm not crazy, right? They could just get up and they could like walk out of this room, but they don't. I'm sure they could find something to like beat the handcuffs off or something. I mean, they could figure something out is what I'm saying. So the remake going in this direction with this sort of double chain setup that they got going on was a pretty good idea. Good way to solve that problem.
Hey, we're not done here!
Later, amigo.
I remember this chapter being a real big pain in the ass. Specifically because of dynamite. I got blown up by dynamite so many times because I'm trying to do that section in the valley without just slowly killing everybody, because you know I'm on a time limit here. To get the best rank in this game, you've got to beat the game in under 5 hours.
Great.
And I think that's the only criteria. There might be other criteria that I'm forgetting. Whatever it is, I get the best rank, so you'll see that at the end. But I know that beating the game in under 5 hours is like the thing. It's like the big part of it.
In the meantime, make your way to that church.
Right. I'm probably due for confession anyway. Condor 1, out.
You can skip those little calls, by the way. And every game needs that feature. Like, if you've got a walking, talking section in your game, let us skip it. Just let us just put the walkie-talkie away and just skip it. Amazing quality of life feature. And I'm knifing this guy. Well, I guess I have to knife this guy. Man, I'm so brave. Oh, we're doing the merchant missions. So something they added in this game compared to the original is the merchant that you meet, he has little side quests for you to do. And he'll reward you with like currency for a shop or like guns or different sorts of things. It's sort of them expanding on the medallions from the original game. Because if I remember correctly, that was the only side quest the merchant had for you. And it didn't span the entire game or anything. It was just like in the early game, something you could do. Early to mid game, maybe. This outfit is ridiculous. I actually like Ashley. She has a version of the same type of costume. It looks really cute on her, but Leon just looks stupid. Now, another cool thing about doing a no damage run is you don't need any of the healing items, so that's just more money in your pocket. So you're able to progress a little bit faster that way.
Let's do some welcome. Nice work. Got some rare come.
Yeah, I literally used my merchant currency just to get a yellow herb, just to combine it with my other herbs and sell it because I'm gonna get more money that way. Looks like we do take the rifle, we do take the scope.
Isn't travels.
Man, I'm like getting nervous going into this section just because I had so much dread going into it when I was doing this run. I hated this. And this lady right here, she sucks. She's like one of the strongest freaking enemies in the game. Like if you try to kill her normally, I don't know what her deal is. She takes like 30 fucking bullets to go down. I got lucky that time. You guys were spared her wrath. Like, geez. Okay, now you get to see a little bit of the payoff of all my trial and error of doing this. I'm able to pick off a few problem people before I go down there. And this is something you would like never know just on your first time through, you know. This is definitely I have died here a bajillion fucking times. How can I make it easier on myself, you know? Love this gun. by the way. The bolt action rifle in Resident Evil 4 is, man, either this or the Red 9. One of those are definitely my favorite guns in the game. What is the strat here? Do I kill everybody or do I just get what I need and go? Or do I fall back on, oh wow, went out of my way to get the small key, nice. Do I need that? I mean, never hurts to have one, but do I need it for something? Oh my god, we're getting... Jeez, we're getting kind of risky here, huh? Holy shit. Oh my god, that guy split in half completely. Dude, why did we make shotguns? Like, as a society. Why did we make shotguns? Like, why would you ever need to shoot another person? Like, maybe a bear or something. Like, why would you ever need to shoot another person with a... Wow. I'm just saying it's overkill. It seems like it's overkill. It just seems like it's just too much. Oh, that's what it was for. So I could turn this. And that lucky parry, jeez. So this looks like a attempt where I got through by the skin of my teeth, dude. That butt clinch parry was pretty impressive. I earned that one. That's another thing that they added to this game, actually. The parry was not in the original Resident Evil 4. You couldn't do anything fancy like that. And just having the parry in this game sort of raises the skill ceiling, like through the stratosphere, because if you wanted, you could get really good at parrying like everything in this game and just like have this beautiful, flawless gameplay. I'm really glad that they included it. I can't believe that was the run that got through without getting hit. Now, the other thing that really sucked about trying to do this is, you'll notice I didn't save after, wow, triggered that. I didn't save after I did that really difficult part because, I'm remembering now, you're limited on saves for this run. You can only save, oh man, I really should just look it up, but I'm not going to. You can only save a limited amount of times and still get the best rank. So I have to be very strategic about where I save. And if there's an area that I feel like I can do the whole thing, or a chapter that I feel like I can do the whole thing without getting hit, I gotta just kind of suck it up and grind it out until I get it. Got to look at the expanded treasure system there. It's both expanded and simplified, which is interesting because like all these different treasures, they used to have different smaller gems that could get slotted in them, but they sort of streamlined that and just made it so that like, oh, you've got small gems, oh, you got big gems, and multiple treasures, they all use the same thing. And depending on what type of gems you put in there, you can sell it for more or less. Now we got a chainsaw guy here, and I think we're gonna use the bear trap? If I was playing now, that's what I would do. Am I killing this guy? I think he'll drop a gem if you do kill him, but seems kind of risky. Why would I use all those resources just to not kill him? Let's see what I'm cooking. Let me cook. Jeez, this guy's not dead. I'm actually amazed he's not dead. It's okay, we got more bear traps. We got bear trap strats. Use what you got. Okay, so I must have wanted that.
Not too shabby. Someone has shown up their neighbors.
Now, if you know the original game, you'll know that they sort of made us go through that whole area backwards from how the original game did it. And they do it a lot in this game, which I think is a cool way to sort of shake up the formula. It's like you take an area that's familiar and you just make it so that we go through it backwards. That way you're not making like any crazy change. It's not like a drastic change, but it is different enough while still being familiar. There's my big brain in action. Now, him attacking you here was actually an optional scene in the original game. But I'm glad that they put it here as like a required scene. Because it is really good. I always go out of my way to get it when I play the original.
Accepted the gift.
Well, I guess I should clarify. Him attacking you there in the room and you being saved by Ada, that's an optional scene originally. He does still strangle you, but outside the room in the original game.
Gift? My blood?
These guys are crazy for keeping Leon alive. They really are. Like, I don't care what he's infected with, right? He is... like... he could shut down your entire operation.
Take a look, but Baby Eagle is your priority.
Copy that.
He's got to get Baby Eagle. You think he's going to stop? Would you abandon Baby Eagle? I wouldn't.
You too, huh?
There's our dog friend, also from the original. He got moved here, which is fine. Doesn't bother me either way. He's a good boy.
Take care of yourself, buddy.
I hope I don't wear this for the rest of the game. Oh, man. I must have been really frustrated to put this on. That's so funny. Yeah, you gotta be careful running through here because they put a bunch of bear traps. And a bear trap will kill your run. Definitely does damage. And if you linger too long up there, that's why I was running, even though the camera forces you to look at the crumbling tower that they detonate. I want to run through there as fast as possible because dogs will spawn. And I really don't want to fight dogs in a run like this. But Leon is literally running like a madman. Really liking the looting on display here. I did a good job with that. Pretty efficient like routes on the looting. I'm making like straight lines for what I need. I'm not lingering. I'm not dicking around.
Got some rare things on sale, stranger. I'll buy
I love that for me.
a deal well struck. Thank you. Easy work. Information is a commodity these days.
Take the case. Really? Yeah, you got no room. Take the case.
Got us come back. Any welcome.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know why I was being stubborn about it for, like, I really didn't want it.
Welcome. This kind of work is about
If the Red 9 or the bolt action rifle is like my favorite gun in the game, the bolt thrower has got to be my second favorite. This thing is so fun. It's a tweaked version of the mine thrower from the original game. That gun didn't really get much love. Not a lot of people talk about it. I think it's fun in the original, but the changes they made to it to create the bolt thrower in this game, I think are just infinitely better. It's just such a versatile weapon, and it's so fun to use, like, on top of being an insane boss killer, which we will definitely be seeing in this run. There's so many cool boss tricks that you can do with the bolt thrower. That much I do remember.
Condor 1 to roost. The church is sealed up.
And Baby Eagle?
Negative. Nothing yet. But they sure do have this place locked up tight.
I see. I can think of one reason they'd want to do so.
Oh, she's here. That's for sure. I'll find a way in. Condor 1, out.
Now, I don't do it in this run. Matter of fact, I never even tested it myself. I just read about it. If you go to... In the DLC, this is in the DLC. If you go to the top of this church, you can actually hear Ashley in there, and she's like crying. Just real sad. You don't want to see Baby Eagle cry, you know? Do eagles even like raise their young? Or do they just like throw them off cliffs? I don't know shit about eagles. I really don't. Ooh, that was a close one. That was a close one. That was not damage. That was just a contextual animation. We're okay. There are times in this run where I thought I took damage, so I'll try to like heal it, but I'm still at full. Definitely some weirdness going on, that's for sure. The crow room. I love that they kept this in here. I mean, they added fucking dogs to this, which I don't love, but because I got hit by these dogs a lot. And you don't want to get hit this deep into a chapter. It like really fucking sucked. But these oh, I just had a brain blast. I just unlocked a memory. So the reason why I'm still wearing this outfit is because, like I said before, right? I didn't save from chapter 2. And getting attacked by these dogs right here just unlocked a memory where I got hit by the dog and I had to go back to the beginning of chapter 2. So it's like I said, I don't remember how many times you could save, but I know that in this run, I am not saving every chapter. I'm having to do multiple chapters as a group. So if I take a hit during any of this, I have to go back to chapter 2. Because I know that I use one of my saves for chapter 1 because you don't want to watch all the cutscenes at the beginning of the game every single time. You don't want to have to do the village fight, which is incredibly stressful every single time. So definitely put a save down there. But yeah, chapter 2 and 3 looks like I'm doing them together. Maybe even chapter 4 as well. I would never do this again. I would never do this again. I mean, I'm a dad gamer, right? When I did this, my son was, how old was he? He had to be shoot. I couldn't tell you how old my son was because I'm a dad gamer, all right? So that's not priorities, okay? He was an age. And he was an age where it was easier for me to do things like this. So he was probably pretty small, if I had to guess. So it's like, if I had to guess about my son's age. But these days, oh man, to sit down and grind something like this out, there's no way. There's no way. I'm tired when I come home from work, you know? But at least I was able to do it. You know, I had my fun. It's documented, and I get to sit here and talk about it with you. So that's pretty cool. Dude, flashbangs are going to put in so much work on this run. They really are. Such a good item. And the original, too. Just a really good item. I think there is actually a recipe to craft flash grenades in this game, because that's something else that they added. You know, all these modern games, you gotta have crafting, right? So you can craft different bullets, you can craft different items, and flashbangs are one of them. Definitely one of the most high value things that you can create in this game. Oh, we're in the boat already. I thought there was something else we had to do, but I guess not. Now, I want you to just imagine, right? Because remember, you're not a god gamer. You're not a god gamer. I'm not a god gamer. I just want you to imagine. You went through all of Chapter 2. You're here in Chapter 3, I think. Who knows what chapter we're in at this point? It's all a blur because I stitched all the footage together. But if you take a hit on this fucking lake monster, your ass is going back to Chapter 2. I just want you to just, you know, imagine that as we go into this fight so that all of our buttholes can be clenched together, you know, in unison. Because I don't even remember how to fight this thing. Now this fight is largely unchanged from the original. They didn't really try to do anything too crazy with it. which is fine. It's a cool boss fight. And it's interesting because, you know, this is a survival horror game, right? And a big part of that is your inventory management, you know, managing your health, your bullets, and things like that. So, from a design standpoint, this boss is asking you to manage your health well, but not your bullets, because you actually have unlimited ammo with these harpoons here. So, you know, say you're playing the game, you're new and you're struggling, maybe you don't have a lot of ammo. Instead of throwing a boss at you that's like going to be really hard and like, oh, you don't have enough ammo to kill it or whatever, instead the first boss of the game is this thing, you know, where you don't even have to worry about ammo. That's actually pretty smart. I do believe that if you hit it, if you get a direct hit in the mouth, you do more damage. So you'll see me trying to go for them big old chompers. Now while you're doing all this, you got to watch out for the debris and the trees on the surface of the lake. If you hit those, you're falling in the water, you're taking damage. You're going back to chapter 2. And there were some parts like right here where you got to try to follow the line he makes around the tree. And I swear sometimes, man, he cuts across that tree in a way that just doesn't make any goddamn sense. Like that right there, that was bullshit. I'm actually really surprised that didn't hit me. He's got to be almost dead.
Where'd you go?
Beautiful. Great fight. You know, people say this game's not scary, right? You telling me that wouldn't be scary? You're on a lake in a village where everybody's trying to kill you, and then a giant fucking, whatever the heck that thing is, comes out and tries to eat you? Like Jaws? Like Super Jaws? That's not scary? Y'all are some tough motherfuckers out there, man, I swear. It'd be scary to me. Dude, what chapter are we on? Are we on chapter 4?
You will receive our most sacred body. It begins now. When day breaks, you too will join our covenant to share in my holy blessing forever.
Now, Leon is having a nightmare there, but he does have a sort of like hive mind connection with the bad guy. That's our big bad there, that guy. And I think that's cool. That's something they added for this game. And he's able to sort of control all these parasites that are infecting everybody and tell everybody what to do. So, you know, of course, naturally, Leon can pick up on that, and he can speak to him and control him as well. This has got to be chapter 4, right?
Condor 1 to Roost. Do you read me?
Condor 1? You've been radio silent for 3 hours. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Won't let it happen again.
And the church?
I'm still looking for whatever key I need.
Copy that. I'm glad you're okay. Roost out.
Yeah, okay. Chapter 4. Now this chapter is a bitch. And I'll stop saying it because Honestly, that probably goes for every chapter in this game, but yeah, this chapter is a bitch. Now, what was supposed to happen there is, since that guy who had his head explode with a crazy tentacle monster, this is supposed to be the first instance of the game showing you that. So he was supposed to be locked in like a, ooh, look at me animation, but this time he wasn't. And I was not happy about that. So he wasn't supposed to bump into me like that, so it's really a miracle that I didn't get hit right there. This whole section right here is supposed to be totally free. Just run and those guys will never catch you.
Some kind of shrine.
Now to give you just a little bit on, I guess, what's going on here, because we are flying through this game, like, so, you're not going to be able to see all the cool stuff that's in the environment in a run like this, unfortunately, and so I'm sorry about that. But essentially, the president's daughter has been kidnapped by this crazy cult out in Europe somewhere, and the government sent one guy, Leon Kennedy, to go find her, and early on, he's infected, and we're going to come to find out that baby Eagle, Ashley, the president's daughter, was also infected. So on top of just escaping the crazy cult, they're going to have to find some way to get the parasite out of their bodies. That's the overall scenario of the game. And like I said, it's not really changed from the original. The original was the exact same scenario. Leon was just a way different character in the original. To sort of give you an idea, Leon in the original game was very much like an action hero. I would want to say like a early 90s action hero. He was like a John Wick, kinda. I mean, he was very capable. He was very skilled. He never broke a sweat. He always cracked a joke. I mean, it was like nothing got under his skin, you know? It was like nothing got under his skin. He also seemed older. I don't know if that's got something to do with his confidence level or what, but the Leon in this remake always felt like way younger to me. Not way younger, but like younger, less experienced. Not to say he's not capable, because he is, but just like there's capable, and then there's original Resident Evil 4 Leon. You know what I mean? Like that guy, you don't mess with that guy. You just don't. The way they expanded this whole lake section is also pretty cool. You could explore the lake a little bit in the original game, but just to go to a merchant, and he had like a few items that you could find where he was stationed at. But this is a lot more expansive, and I think you can backtrack a little bit to other parts of the village. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure at this point in the game you can. If there's like some treasure you want to find or some mission you want to do. And I think this is the point where you have to do it. You need to do it before you go save baby Eagle. I still can't believe they called her that. It just cracks me up every time. It's like something you say and it just puts a smile on your face. Honestly though, like I said a while back, lore in Resident Evil, super underrated. Because think about it, right? Resident Evil, compared to its horror contemporaries, is unique because Resident Evil is always a story about, like, mad science. Always. Every single time. It's never something supernatural. Even if they try to do something with, like, that's, like, supernatural adjacent or whatever, they always explain it with science. Like, a lot of people thought that we would have ghost shenanigans in Resident Evil 7 based on what was going on in that game, but no. It's just hallucinations brought on by the mold. So like you're seeing creepy ghost girls and you got like hive mind shenanigans just like Resident Evil 4, but that's all it is. It's nothing supernatural, and that's one of the things that I really love about Resident Evil, because I feel like there's not a lot of horror properties that don't lean into the supernatural, right? Even like think of the biggest slashers, right? Like your Jasons and your Michael Myers and your Freddy Kruegers. Like even all those guys are like definitely supernatural. Like they're not just normal dudes, you know what I mean? But Resident Evil from the very beginning has maintained that these are just stories of science gone horribly wrong. You know, scientific ambitions gone horribly wrong. All that stuff. And it's always so interesting. And it's so upsetting to me when people write these stories off as just being like, oh, you know, it's just, you know, Chris Redfield punching a boulder. That's all it is. Like, Resident Evil 5 has one of the best stories in this series, okay? If you don't think so, let me know down in the comments. But I don't think a lot of you will let me know in the comments because you know it's true. You know that the final showdown of Chris Redfield and Wesker, no last name, is one of the best moments in this series. You know it is. And the same way that you know that, you also know that the scenario of Resident Evil 4, both remake and original, is really good. Now you might not find it scary, but to just write it off as like being bad, nah, that's off base. That's off base. I feel like we got everything we need. You know, you got the fear of the unknown. At this point in the game, you still don't know what the hell's going on. You don't know why all these people are trying to kill you. You don't know what is wrong with all these people. And now, as nightfall hits, their heads are starting to explode and crazy tentacle monsters are popping out. Like, what is going on here? Leon's got no support. He's got nobody here to help him. Oh my goodness, what am I doing? I do believe I'm going to the Merchant Shooting Gallery. Why on earth would I go to the Merchant Shooting Gallery in a timed run? Well, enjoy the shooting gallery, friends. There's got to be a reason I'm doing this. There's got to be some kind of reward, some kind of something that I need. Because this is just wasted time. Maybe I just wanted to show it off. It is cool that they included this. This was in the original game as well. It wasn't nearly as extravagant as it is in this version of the game, But the original did have a shooting gallery. It was very cool. But to sort of sum up what I was saying before, you know, don't sleep on Capcom and their stories. That goes for pretty much any of their main series, their Mega Mans, their Devil May Cries, their Resident Evils. There's a lot there to sort of chew on with those games. There really is. Like, Devil May Cry has great themes of family. That's like the biggest theme in Devil May Cry is family, and it's really good. And legacy. You know, Resident Evil, all of its main characters are fantastic, and I'm so glad that Resident Evil has kept these characters from the very beginning. You know, like, we've had Leon from the beginning, we've had Chris from the beginning. Like, the day that we see the hard Resident Evil reboot, oh man, that's gonna be an exciting day, but also a really sad day for me. If we're gonna sunset Chris Redfield, I don't know if I'm ready for that. I love that guy. What do I get from this? What was it for?
3, 2, 1, begin.
Oh, okay. Once again, I've unlocked a memory. I'm doing this so that I can get some charms. So, Leon's got his case where he holds all of his items, right? But something they added in this game are charms. They're just little keychains that you can put on the case, and they provide different effects. So in order to get the currency you need to get some charms, because they're sort of a random lottery, it's like a gotcha system almost. You need to get high ranks in the shooting range in order to get some charms. So that's what I'm trying to do, and I'm hoping that I get something that's useful for the run. You know, I could get complete gutter trash, but hopefully I get something that's really good. I don't remember what I got in this run, but hopefully it's something good. I just love the idea of Leon stopping everything to just be like, look, the merchant took the time to set all this up. Baby Eagle can wait. She would understand. And what's even funnier about that is if you do one of these with her later, she's very understanding. And she's like excited about it.
I'm speechless.
Yeah, see, this currency here, you get that from getting S ranks in the shooting gallery. So what do we get? Oh my god, that's amazing. Especially for a run like this. That is also amazing for a run like this. Like I said, these are random. So I just got incredibly lucky. And as I pointed out before, if I took a hit, I have to go back to chapter 2. So me getting these lucky charms, that hasn't been locked in yet. It hasn't been locked in yet. I need to finish chapter 4 in order to save, I'm pretty sure. I think I save it the beginning of chapter 5.
I knew I could count on you. I got something new for come back anytime.
So if you didn't see what we got, the beetle charm gives us 100% resale value for recovery items. And what are we doing in a no damage run? Literally selling all recovery items. And then the Leon with rocket charm gives us a 20% discount on rocket launchers, which we will definitely be using to take out bosses in this game. So yeah, our pockets are going to be looking pretty nice as we go forward. That definitely helps with progression a lot. crazy that we got those charms.
Welcome. Ooh, what you buy? Come back anytime.
I think it's cool that if I were to play this game again, if I were to play this game now, it would be like a casual blind run, you know, because I don't remember shit about this game. And it's one thing to be watching it and be like, oh, you know, this is when that happened, this is when this happened. But to actually be playing it and have to execute on all these different strategies and things like that, actually make these shots, yeah. I think those days are definitely past me. Those days are definitely past me. It was fun while it lasted.
As you wished. This kind of work is about finesse.
Showing the rifle some love. You love to see it.
You'll see. We're starting to get all that pleasant travels.
Oh, we do save. You know what? I don't blame it. I don't blame you for doing that. Because you don't want to risk getting hit, going back, and losing those incredible charms that you got. So, I'm not mad at that at all. I think I didn't want to save in that moment, but I felt like I had to. I felt like I totally had to. Definitely a smart move. I remember getting stuck on this puzzle for a really long time when I first played the game. Like an embarrassingly long amount of time. When it can be solved so easily if you just don't mess it up at the beginning. Beautiful game. Really beautiful game. Capcom's been using their RE engine for most of their flagship games these days. Devil May Cry used it, Monster Hunter uses it, Resident Evil, of course. It seems like a really optimized engine because this game was able to release on a base PS4. Which is really impressive, you know, in 2023, this game came out on the PS4. Like, if you would have told me when I got my PS4 in, like, 2013 or 2014, whatever, that in 10 more years, I would be able to play a super high-fidelity remake of Resident Evil 4 on this same device, I wouldn't have believed you. I really wouldn't have. But Capcom seems to know what they're doing with their engine these days. And they seem to be pushing it and trying to do more and more with it. Like more and more genres and things like that. So props to the devs over at Capcom. You guys are on a fucking tear, dude. What was the headline that they're 5 years of growth? 5 years of record profits for Capcom? Something like that. They deserve it. There we go. Another flash just to get out of here. I have taken a hit on this section a lot. I remember I did try to do it in one continuous run. Like, I really didn't want to save where I saved, but I kept getting hit on this part, especially when I was trying to leave. Somebody would like throw an axe in my back or something. So that risk combined with getting the charms that I got, yeah, it's no surprise I dropped a save there. But that is going to affect me later in the run when I'll want to save, but I can't. And thank God we don't have to look at that outfit anymore, am I right? Man, we are just looting everything in here. I must know where all the treasures are. And I never used the treasure map or anything like that. You actually can install a it was like a pre-order bonus where you could have more treasures than somebody who didn't pre-order. They're like special treasures that aren't normally there. And I actually didn't even use that. I didn't like the idea of using it because I felt like it messed up the game economy. I actually don't like when pre-order bonuses give you like, oh, here's 10,000 currency or blah, 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 blah. Because it throws off the economy of how the game is designed. Does that make sense? It's like the level designers put a certain amount of treasure here in the world, and they knew how much money the player would get, largely, give or take. They knew how much money the player would have if they were able to find all this stuff, or most of it. And they can sort of balance the game's economy around that. But if you've got all these bonus treasures going around, you just kind of throw that out of whack. And I feel like that throws your game balancing out of whack. So I just opted to not even use it. Now, coming out of this area here, that door I just unlocked, coming out of here, there's going to be another encounter with the dogs. Now, I've been hyping up the dogs for this whole run, but I'm telling you, the dogs will fuck you. They will just... They'll weave through your bullets, they'll jump when you don't think they were gonna jump, you know. They're the worst enemy in these games. They're the worst enemies in any game with enemies. It's always the dogs. And so I get the jump on them here because I know where they're going to be. And I just don't want to fuck with them.
All right.
Yeah, like literally all I care about are the dogs. And then from there, I'm just trying to get to the boat and get out of here. Man, that was close. I heard that. Dude, survival horror is such an interesting genre because, like, you start to think about your resources and your engagements so differently. I don't know if this is just me, but, like, in a first-person shooter or something like that, you think about a shotgun as like, oh, this is the big damage, like, oh, I'm gonna rip into some shit with this shotgun right here. But if I'm playing like a Resident Evil game, the shotgun has a clear purpose. And that clear purpose is just to get shit out of my way. Like, if I want to just run through an area, run through some zombies, just get a zombie out of the way, that's what the shotgun is for. I'm going to use one shot to do it. So if I'm walking around with a shotgun with like 14 shots in it or something like that, I'm just like, this is 14 zombies I can get out of my way. Like, that's how I think about it. Is that weird? I feel like that's how I've been trained to think about it from playing these games all these years. Like, I don't think about the shotgun as something to do big damage or to actually, like, fight with if I can help it. I just want to run up to something, shoot it so that it's staggered or knocked down, and I can just get out of there. I mean, this is all a part of the resource management.
Crossing your T's, dotting your I's. That's the way to be.
Which, in my opinion, is the best part of these games. The resource management.
Welcome.
There we go, selling more healing items. For 20,000, that's crazy.
Finesse, stranger.
You can sell a green, red, yellow herb combination for 20,000. And that means that you could also sell a, what's it called? A first aid spray, full heal for $20,000. So I'm definitely going to go out of my way to find all of those. Leon needs money. He needs money to give to this shady merchant who's helping him out for some reason. Literally the only guy that he's met so far that's helping him out. Even Louise was a dick. Oh, it's the first bolt thrower trick. Here we go. So this is going to go by really fast, but essentially what I'm doing is I am laying a bunch of explosive mines at the spot, at the vicinity where this boss is going to spawn. So as soon as the boss comes in, he's going to trigger these, not during the cutscene, right? Because during the cutscene, they just disappear or whatever. But as soon as the game switches back to gameplay, this El Gigante, that's the monster, he is going to just be directly on top of those, and he's going to take all that damage just immediately. And it's going to put him right into his second phase and pretty much near death. Like, look at that. Bam. I shoot him once. It's already enough to make the dog show up. That's the dog that we saved earlier. And he's already taken so much damage that the dog goes into his attack phase, playing this cutscene. And then from there, we just murder this guy. Which I think only takes like 1 or 2 rifle shots into his weak point. 1, 2, oh, maybe 3. Oh, maybe 4. Jeez. Oh, come on. Oh, nice shot. That was a nice shot. And so we were able to take that guy down with what, like 6 mines, 1 shotgun shell, and 4 rifle bullets. And then we just get to loot all this stuff that the developers put here to help you kill this boss. That's in literally every Resident Evil game, and it's so satisfying every single time. If you're able to kill a boss that they place there without using a lot of resources, you are rewarded with all of these extra resources that the developers put here to help you with that boss fight. Literally any Resident Evil game, or any of the main Resident Evil games, that is a thing. And it's very satisfying. You love to see it. We're essentially ahead of where we should be on resources. And that just makes everything easier for you. So then you can be like in a tricky section of normal gameplay. And instead of struggling through it, since you've got all this stuff that you saved from the boss fight that you kind of cheese, you're able to get through it really easily. Yeah, this dog, you gotta watch out for him. I think it's interesting that nobody is guarding the church. Given how important Ashley is to the overall mission of the enemies here, it just seems weird that nobody's guarding it. Like, you're not going to put a few guys on the inside. You're not going to have a bunch of guys on the outside. It seems like the locals are kind of going about their lives before Leon shows up. Nobody's watching this church. So Leon's able to just run in and start screaming her name and, like, nobody's here to stop him. I mean, maybe you could argue it's because Sadler, the bad guy, he knows everything that Leon's doing because Leon is infected, and so, you know, they got the whole hive mind connection and everything, but still, I mean, if Leon has proven himself capable enough to enter this church, you're playing with fire at that point. Like, just take him out. Take him out. But, you know, then we wouldn't have a story, right? That's what they always say. Then we wouldn't have a story. Oh, well, maybe write it differently. I don't know. maybe write the story differently. Is that an option?
Ashley Graham, are you in here?
Just let me go.
Listen.
Oh my gosh. I got her in her Sunday best. Oh my goodness.
My name's Leon. I'm hearing the president's orders and
She looks great. She pulls off that look so much better than Leon.
hey, it's dangerous outside. You need to listen to me.
What is that? Over there?
Pursue them. The lost lambs are escaping. Deliver unto them salvation.
Like, he's willing to kill us. Not Ashley, of course, not Ashley. But Leon, he's willing to kill. And yet, when given the chance, he never does.
Father, trust me. And I need you to trust me too. And do exactly as I say. I'm gonna get you home safe.
Look at her hair, it's immaculate. It's on point. That's a great color for her. Alright, now this is the first part of the game where you gotta escort Ashley. And if you go back on the room that she was hiding in, there is actually an item in here. And I think it is a yellow diamond that says, yeah. And the yellow diamonds are actually pretty hard to find. The yellow diamonds and the red, what do you call a square cut? Let's just say the red gems, those are pretty hard to find. Those are more rare and they're worth more money. So you definitely want to stop and pick that up.
Get the ladder.
Me? Okay.
That was so loud.
Dude, there's no way out. No way.
It's okay, I've got you.
A pretty big jump.
Hey, trust me.
Thanks.
Man, she really is a baby eagle, huh?
Roost, I've secured Baby Eagle.
And we looted this place earlier, in like a way earlier chapter, so we don't have to worry about going back for those items.
I'm sending you the coordinates for the extraction point. Make your way there, and don't let anything happen to Baby Eagle.
Copy that.
Hurry. The weather is getting worse. Roost out.
As far as Ashley's AI is concerned, I think it's really good. You know, it's really easy to mess these things up. She does a good job sticking to you and allowing you to weave through enemies. She doesn't mess up your stealth either. So running through this graveyard, or getting through this graveyard successfully, even though it's like completely covered with enemies, is actually pretty easy, despite her being with you. The only thing you gotta watch out for is there is like a conga line of enemies that comes up and goes inside the church. If you just wait for those guys to go by, you pretty much got a straight shot to get out of here. That much I do remember. Because this is another one that I had to do over and over and over again. Yeah, we're golden. I think there's going to be one guy in your way at the bottom of the hill, but you can just shotgun him and you're home free. Wow, I don't even bother. That was so risky. What's with these risky strats, man? And why didn't I get that the first time through? Why do I wait to get it now when I'm being chased by enemies? Jeez, man.
I have something I think you like.
Hey, can we take a break?
Sorry.
No time, girl. No time.
Got it.
You don't get the S plus taking a break. Look at the bolt thrower putting in work, showing why it's such a cool fucking weapon. A major change to the combat was that in the original Resident Evil 4, any headshot would cause the enemy to stagger no matter what. Doesn't matter if you shot him with a pistol, a rifle, whatever. This led to sort of the optimal strategy in OG Resident Evil 4 to just be to load up your pistol, shoot them in the head, kick them, knife them when they go on the ground. And, you know, I'm not saying that's bad or anything. It's super satisfying. It's a great gameplay loop. But they tweaked it in the remake so that the pistol's not going to give you a headshot all the time. You know, well, not a headshot, but like a stagger. It's not going to give you a stagger every single time. It will sometimes, it won't other times. It's not something that you can rely on, you know, like you could in the original. So where the bolt thrower comes in is if you have it at like a high enough level, if it's doing a high enough damage per shot, it will always stagger. And not only that, its stagger will turn the enemy around, allowing you to stab him with the knife, taking him out in one fell swoop. So you're going to save a ton of ammo, and you're going to be able to get those kicks more consistently and just manage it all so much. Wow, that's dangerous. That is so dangerous. We got so lucky there. She dropped her Molotov and it exploded, and the game said we were okay. The game's like, oh, you're fine even though you're burning. Now you'll notice the other part of the bolt thrower is it is a stealth weapon. So we're not alerting any of the other enemies in this area, even though we're like lighting them up. I think if one of them were to scream or call out that you're here, that would alert everybody, but luckily this guy didn't before he went down. But yeah, we're able to just pick everybody off safely and quietly with this weapon. But unfortunately our streak is over there. She called out. Oh, but apparently it's not enough to end what we're trying to do here. Man, so bold. So bold with the strats. It's crazy. Now, the reason I'm clearing this area out instead of just moving through is there is a merchant side quest that we're going to want to come back here for. And I believe if you don't take these enemies out, they will still be here. And you're going to need to fight a special wolf here, and you definitely don't want to try to do that with all these other enemies around.
Open it from the other side.
It's crazy how much of the game is coming back to me. It's like you just... As we get deeper in, it's all coming back to me. Such a good fucking game.
Thanks.
I think there is something to be said about this game's legacy versus the original game's legacy.
Let's go.
If I had to guess, I don't think that time is going to favor this version of Resident Evil 4. Not to say that people are going to say like that it's bad or anything like that, but this version of Resident Evil 4 didn't like set the world on fire when it came out, you know what I mean? Like, it reviewed well, everyone loved it, it played great, but it didn't like set trends. It didn't change how we play third person action games. Like, it didn't do anything like that. Not like the original Resident Evil 4 did. And that's what I mean by the legacy. So like 20, 30 years from now, whatever, I think that people are still going to be talking about the original Resident Evil 4. And maybe this is naive of me to say, it might be, but I really think they will. I think they'll still be talking about the original Resident Evil 4, and this version of the game will just be like, oh yeah, they remade it this other time, and it was cool. You know, and it'll just like end with that, you know. That's sort of the fate of the remake, you know what I mean? No matter how good it is, if it is, it's never going to replace something that was revolutionary. You know, if you remake a game that wasn't that good, like say Sonic 06 got a remake, and they fixed all the problems and just re-released the game, and it was like a big budget, proper Sonic game, everything worked properly, then you could say, yeah, okay, this is just a straight up replacement for the original game. We don't need to play the original game outside of just context for why this remake was necessary. But in this case, the original Resident Evil 4 is accessible on modern consoles for one, and it's still a fantastic game. It's still so much fun. It's such a meaty game, and I wouldn't replace it for anything. Like I said in another video of mine, I wouldn't ever wish for these remakes to not exist, these Resident Evil remakes to not exist, but they are completely different games. We gotta remember, they are completely different games, and their legacies are just gonna be totally different. Even if you look at something like Resident Evil 1 and its remake, the GameCube remake of Resident Evil 1, it's not like the PS1 version of Resident Evil 1 doesn't have that legacy. Oh, check this out. Check out this bullshit right here. I remember this. You see that? You see that crazy hitbox? I'm like, you're telling me I can't shoot through that? You're telling me my bolt got stuck on that? But yeah, Resident Evil 1 is still remembered as this pioneer of survival horror, and for all the things it did, and even for goofy things like its hokey voice acting, right? Like, it's still remembered fondly for those things, and it's still fun to go back and play. But its remake, you know, just dialed everything up to, you know, 11. But I still don't consider it a replacement because those games are so wildly different. They're just different. And that's okay. You know, that's totally fine. So, as you can see here, I realized that you could just knife this guy because whenever you knife him, he wants to get away with you. He wants to reposition. It's like an AI thing. So he will just keep doing this. So as long as your knife doesn't break, as long as you still have something you can knife him with, he will never attack you. He will never attack you. All he'll do is hop around. So I just get a headshot on him with the rifle to just get big damage right at the start, and then I just knife him until he's dead. It's amazing. This is peak gameplay. Peak Resident Evil 4 gameplay right here. I need you to be impressed right now, please. This shouldn't work. This really shouldn't work. I think that things like this get through, like playtesters and like the developers, because they don't think that a player is gonna do this, right? Like, a player who respects the game, who respects like the immersion of the world and stuff like that, they're not gonna think like, oh yeah, let me just go up to this crazy tentacle wolf and just stab it until it's dead. They probably had that hopping around in there so that like if you were trying to shoot it at close range, like with a shotgun or something, it could just hop out of the way and be like really problematic. But no, it's, you can just stab it. It's really kind of unfortunate that you can just stab it.
Seriously, this can't be happening.
Now we're coming up on the cabin fight. A huge set piece of the original Resident Evil 4. Done justice in this remake. They really nailed it. And it's one of my favorite parts of the game, but it is a part that I was dreading for the no damage run. I mean, hell, think about the original cabin and think about not taking damage in that. Like, now you got this crazy high fidelity remake where the enemies are smarter, the enemies are tankier, there's new enemy types, there's new mechanics to worry about, and the actual layout of the cabin itself has been largely unchanged. Yeah, dude, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough. Now, if you're wondering, I actually did do a no damage run of the original Resident Evil 4. This was years ago, maybe back in 2021, 2022, maybe? It was one of the things I did to prepare for this remake coming out, you know, because I was super hyped for this game coming out. And man, I learned so much about that game in the process of doing that. And you don't have the same save restriction in that game, so I saved constantly, like literally every fucking second I saved if I got through a section without taking damage. And I did record the whole thing, but I didn't have a YouTube channel back then, and that footage is long gone. It might be on one of my random hard drives somewhere. If I ever find it, I'll put it up on the channel, maybe talk through it like I'm talking through this, because that's definitely not something I'm ever doing again, just like I'm never doing this again. But what is going on here? What happened to Ashley? Does that count as damage? You know what? I'll leave that up to you. I'll leave that up to you, dear viewer. Ashley was incapacitated. Does that count as damage?
Thanks.
You be the judge. I don't know what happened to her. I wasn't really paying attention. I guess I abandoned her and she got incapacitated, but she's okay. It worked out. I think I was just so worried about taking a hit because, if I remember correctly, I do save before this cabin fight. Because trying to do the cabin without saving first? Like, are you crazy? Are you literally out of your mind? That was lucky. I didn't even see that guy. I heard him, but I didn't see him. At the time of recording this, the Silent Hill remake, Silent Hill 2 remake just came out. And I've been watching a lot of people talk about that game. I'm not interested in picking it up. I'm actually playing through the original Silent Hill 2 for the first time. That's what I'm doing instead, because I've had it for a long time, you know, just in the backlog and just never played it. It's a good game. It's not as good as I heard it was all those years, but it is a good game. Maybe I'll talk about it on the channel, maybe I won't. But I'm bringing up the remake though because there's been a lot of talk about like how these remakes are becoming like what's the word? Homogenized? The homogenized remake, is that the word? Is that the right word? I think that's what they say. To where like they're all over the shoulder, like third person shooter camera remakes with like stealth mechanics and melee and all this stuff, and a lot of people calling it generic, like a generic over the shoulder camera. I've heard that so many times in so many Silent Hill 2 videos, and people attributing that to these Resident Evil remakes camera systems, and I'm like, these are not the same. These are not anywhere close to being the same. I look at the camera on the Silent Hill 2 remake. One, it's way closer to the character. Two, James is also more to the left in general, so you see more of the right. And the Resident Evil remake camera system is very fluid. Like, you're able to move your character completely independent of the camera, and I think that's something that people sort of overlook because it gets compared a lot to, like, say, The Last of Us, right? The Last of Us came out and fucking everybody started copying that game. The new God of War is similar, right? These Resident Evil remakes are, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right about this, they're the only games like with this camera system where you're able to freely control your character and like run to the left, right, to the back, to the front, like everywhere, regardless of where your camera is pointing. You can like look over at something and run completely away from it at the same time. And that's something that makes these games play so much better, and it's something that I think a lot of these other imitators sort of overlook. So whenever I hear people lumping these games all together, saying that like, oh, these remakes it's all the same, it's like, I don't know about that. I don't know about that take. You know, let me know what you think, because I don't know about that.
Thank you. That's good work, if I do.
But as for our run, as you can see, we definitely saved. It seems like whenever we save, we have a costume change. That's probably because I've grinded that section for so long that I'm so tired of whatever I was wearing. We've got Leon in his hero outfit, and I believe Ashley is rocking the default look. And it's like Leon's gonna need to be a hero to get through this next section.
you.
Hey, listen, about earlier.
Yeah, about that.
Hey, I see you found your missing señorita.
Senorita has a name, it's Ashley. You are?
Name's Luis. Encantado.
Great. We all have names. Now then. Who are you? And what are you doing here?
Very good questions, unfortunately.
Leon, why are your costumes so stupid?
In that case, here, help me.
Ashley, quick! Over here. Go.
Okay, it's game time.
All right, we're just gonna see what I do.
Against two of us.
How many close calls did we have in this cabin? Let's see.
Done warming up?
I got a ton of grenades. Ammo's looking pretty good.
We'd be good to go. Lighten up.
Oh, we're taking the fight right to him. Oh, interesting. Okay. Am I just using that as like an alarm system? Yeah, it looks like it.
You got this!
Sure thing!
Now it looks like I messed up there and didn't shoot an explosive dart, just a regular one. Yeah. There we go. So I'm trying to funnel everybody to one window, and I'm just placing an explosive on the other window in case somebody comes through, and when I hear the boom, that's when I know that like I need to watch my right. And then the third window, there's 3 windows on the first floor. The third one is boarded up. Once you use the boards on a window, they can't break them down. Oh man, we're losing control here. Good flash. You don't want to mess with the parasites when they pop out. They're real squiggly, and it's really easy for them to hit you. That, I didn't have any other choice with the parry in that scenario. As soon as that guy pushed me, normally when they go for that shove, that means that the swing is coming right after. So I knew that I was going to have to parry. Yeah, things are looking a little rough.
All right, this one's good.
But we got all the windows boarded up. That's good. I hear a parasite. Holy shit! I got grabbed from behind, but Louise actually saved me.
Let's go upstairs! Come on!
Was that necessary? I think I'm just in survival mode right now. I mean, how embarrassing would that be to place a mine on somebody, but then they get too close? So now the idea here, I think, is the only way that the enemies can get into the house right now are upstairs. And it takes them some time to come downstairs to me. So I think the plan here is to just try to take them out as they come to me down here, and I'm waiting for this guy. There he is. He comes in and he breaks one of your boards. And if you kill him, if you can kill him, the section will end. The section is on a timer like the first village fight, but if you can successfully take this guy out amidst all this fucking chaos right here, the game will just push you through to the next section. So I'm trying to just throw everything that I can at this guy and end it. And he is not making it easy for me. Yeah, he is not making it easy for me. I'm using a lot of resources here. Got him.
Leon! This way, hurry!
That fight is so cool. It's so good.
Ashley.
What's happening to me?
Ashley, is this the first time you've coughed on blood like this?
You want to start explaining?
The cough, the blood, is caused by something called plaga. Okay. You saw those people, right? But you have the same thing inside you. The same thing that made them like that. This, what you're experiencing, these symptoms, they're only the beginning.
I don't want to become like them.
You are, well, lucky. You see, at this early stage, the parasite, the plaga, it is possible to remove it with a surgical procedure. And all you need is some know-how. And oh yeah, the right equipment.
Wait, you two?
No worries. See, I have a plan. But you're going to have to trust me.
Luis is so good in this game. He really is. Huge glow up from the original game for him.
No time for any questions. The clock is ticking.
Why are you helping us?
Because it makes me feel better. Let's leave it at that. We'll contact you later.
If you read the memos, they actually gave him a backstory that is tied to this village. He actually grew up here. And him having that connection to this place is nice.
Hey, got a smoke?
I do. The kind you like. Now where's the amber?
Unfortunately, it's not on me at the moment. And you really should be telling me what a good job I did. Busted my ass and managed to hide it right before I got caught. Which is why I'm still alive.
The deal was, we get you out of here when you deliver the amber. No amber, no protection, Luis.
Such a stickler for details, Hyde. Okay, then. I'll go get it now. How about that? And I do have something else I need to get, too.
You know, people hated on Ada's voice actor in this game. I actually think she did a great job.
This is Roost.
I'm definitely in the minority on that, but I feel like the voice fits the character pretty well.
Can you stand by until it clears?
Negative. Too dangerous. We're gonna get out of here and find someplace safe.
I'm sorry. I wish I could do more to help.
Don't worry about it. We'll swim home if we have to. Condor 1, out. Let's go.
What's gonna happen to me?
Right now. Let's just focus on getting out of here.
Yeah, right.
Now, if I was a betting man, I would say that there should definitely be a save after that cabin fight.
Welcome. Got some rare things on easy work. Will I come back anytime?
We've got company. Keep moving.
This part's really interesting. I tried for a long time to get through this without killing everybody. But I think I ended up having to. You know, I'm actually still kind of torn about the knife durability in this game. I totally get why it's there. It's a balancing thing. Like, it makes perfect sense from a design standpoint. And I mean, for all the things that Leon uses his knife for, it doesn't make any sense that, like, it wouldn't break. But I don't know. Is it fun? Is it fun to fix it? Tell me what you think. Would you trade, like, not being able to parry enemies or not being able to stealth kill enemies for a infinite knife? You know, so that you could still use it to, like, just slash at people who are on the ground? Would that be a fair trade-off? Because I think you would have to make some kind of trade-off like that. Like, you couldn't just give me an infinite durability knife in a game like this. You know, that would just be... that would be too much, I think. That would put too much power in the player's hands. I'm sure they tried it. And this is just like the best they came up with. And for what it's worth, you can unlock a infinite durability knife.
I'm definitely gonna catch a cold.
So once you get that, you never have to worry about it anymore. I'm not using it in this run, but if you are ever like, ah man, this game would be so much better with a knife that was not breaking all the time, that's an option for you. Options, baby. So I didn't save earlier, and if I don't save in this room, I am the dumbest man in the world. What am I doing here? Save the game. Do you really want to do the cabin again? I mean, I know I'm successful because I'm here doing the commentary, but like, past me, what the hell were you doing? Save the game. Come on. You just got through one of the hardest parts of the game without taking any damage. And you only got lucky and didn't take damage because Louise was there and he saved you. That's the only reason you got through. I like how I'm like just chastising my past self. I really am a dad gamer. But you see how smooth that bolt thrower kill is? Like, you just do one shot, maybe two to the face, but never more than that. They spin around, stab. It's amazing.
Come on.
Now, it does cut into your funds, because you think about it, you're spending more money to fix a knife more, but that's a small price to pay when you're saving so much ammo. I mean, look, I'm freaking stacked right now. I got $20,000 sitting right there with that full heal. I mean, things are looking pretty good. Especially considering all that we've been through.
What? Okay.
Wow, I'm really not going to save. I must know something. Cause I'm setting this place up. I'm looting everything. I'm unlocking doors. I threw Ashley in a locker. I am safe. I'm going back to save. Literally run back to save while Ashley's just waiting for me in a locker. I wonder how far away you would actually be able to go from her before she would either just come to you on her own or you would get a game over for like leaving her. And we're back. Now, as you can see from that damage that was on me, that's an interesting quirk of this game. If you die, in this case I got chainsawed. You can tell by the blood marks that were on me. I got chainsawed by the Bella sisters coming up here. And if you die and retry like fast enough, you'll load back in with the damage like visible on your character. But I wanted to run back and save so that for every attempt of this, because it is a pretty tricky section, I wouldn't have to worry about Ashley. She's already hiding, and I could just run up, grab this item, and trigger the fight. And I wouldn't have to worry about looting the area. I already did it. And just like with El Gigante...
I am flattered. I'm a one-lady type of guy.
Oh no, the strategy's different. Okay. Wow, okay. Now the strategy that I remember here is you place mines where those sisters are going to spawn the same way you would with El Gigante, and they explode right away and you kill them that way. Maybe I didn't like how much how many resources that used. But it looks like I'm going for the speedrun strategy here, and I'm just trying to throw a flash. Yep. I'm going to run to the door, throw a flash, and if that does not stop everybody who's close enough to stop you, then you're screwed. But if you can get that door open, those iframes, they're your best fucking friends. And there we go. And you could just leave Ashley because she has a mechanic in this game where if you go through a door like that, like a big door into a new area, and she's not with you, she will like successfully make it through all the enemies. She'll never be stopped. She'll always make it to you. I'm telling you, these developers, they know what's up. They're smart. They think about this stuff. They think about us. They think about the players. They think about how we want to play. Capcom is fucking awesome, dude.
All right, come on.
Okay.
Come, child. Ashley, run! Hurry!
You gotta be really careful on this part. They do make it so that, like, these enemies are easier to stagger. It's easier to get them out of your way. And you got the barrel and everything to help. But you really got to be careful because somebody might throw something. Like, there you go. Somebody might throw something. Really be mindful. You need to go fast, but don't go so fast that you put yourself in a bad situation. I learned that the hard way many times.
I'm stuck.
We need to go.
I hope you see what I'm talking about with the saves. I hope you see that, because if you know this game, and you know, I'm assuming that people watching this, they know this game or they know the original. if you know what's coming up next and you know like where I saved last, even now I'm like, okay, so you're telling me I'm not gonna save before the boss fight with this guy? Do I just have it down to a science like that hard, but like I'm not going to save?
What about you?
Do my job.
I'll do my job. Leon's so edgy in this game. It's so great. See, that's why he feels younger. That's why he feels younger than me. Like, the old Leon, he would never say that. He would never, with such grit, say, I'll do my job. I love this game. They got me laughing like the merchant over here.
Our craftsmanship, pleasant travels.
See, we got like a maxed out mine thrower over here. We're doing really good. Okay, so here's the strat, because I guess we're not saving. You know, why would we bother? So if you walk forward here, you will trigger the boss fight. So what you do is you place mines where the boss is going to spawn. You know, say it with me, class. This is what we did for El Gigante. But the other part is this boss has a phase 2. And phase 2 is going to spawn up here on these rafters. So you're actually able to just drop hella mines all over both of these spawn points. And if all goes according to plan, you should just kill this boss in a fantastic wombo combo of explosions. I don't remember if it worked this perfectly for me, but I think it came close. Because trying to nail the exact spot that he spawns on the rafters can be a little bit tricky. I remember I messed that up a ton.
Oh, Almighty, grant me the strength.
The strategy has to be pretty consistent though, because I did not save going into this fight.
Ashley, run!
I must not have felt the need.
Hasta luego.
God, I thank you for your gift.
Such a cop-out on that transformation. They actually show it in the original, and this one they just hide it behind an explosion. We got him down. We're not going for the stab because the rifle on his weak point will actually do way more damage. So there you go, there's our phase 1. You see, he didn't get to do anything. And that was only 4 mines. So let's see if we got lucky and the other mines hit him. And boom, he jumped right into him.
Running out of options, huh?
But we didn't kill him. We didn't kill him. So we actually have to engage with him in a little bit. This guy's not bad, but he did have some attacks that just always trip me up. He can pick up these red barrels and throw them at you, but you have a chance to shoot them out of his hands. You know, we might get lucky and see him do that move. Oh, there he goes. Yeah, dude, I would like panic and miss those barrels all the time. And I'm trying my damnedest to only use the rifle for weak points. Because the rifle has a bonus. It's like one of those unseen bonuses where it does critical damage to enemy weak points. Maybe the game tells you, I'm not sure. But yeah, rifle ammo is precious. It's about as precious as Magnum ammo, I would say. And there you go. Not a bad Mendez. I probably could have killed him even faster if I could get more mines up on those rafters, but I think I was maxed out.
Leon! Quick! This place is coming down!
And just like before, I get to loot this area. I gotta be really careful not to touch the fire while I do it. But yeah, I get to loot everything that was meant to help you with this boss. I was like so scared of just like getting grazed by flames. I wasn't sure if like it could damage you or not while you're trying to pick this stuff up. Or if I like drop down from the ledge in the wrong place and just land on fire. I'm like, yeah, let me actually I wanted to use that ladder. See how crazy that is? I wanted to use that ladder and Leon's just like, no, I'm just gonna jump into this fire. But luckily the game's got your back. It's got your back. And it's a nice moment they give Ashley here where she actually saves Leon from this building. Instead of him, you know, just getting out himself. Nice little character moment for her.
This fire's bound to catch their attention. Let's keep moving.
Leon, I'm not gonna turn into one of them. Right?
I won't let that happen. I promise.
But man, to do the Chainsaw Sisters and Mendez, I think that the saves got off of where they were supposed to be because I got those charms. Because those charms were so good and I didn't want to lose them. Like the selling health items charm, like are you kidding me? On a run like this? Because normally I wouldn't have saved there. I would have just did the first 4 chapters without saving. And so that would be an extra save that I could use for Mendez.
Hola, Luis here. You guys still around?
Well, I wanted to go home, but Ashley just had to see this castle first.
If you think about it, it's actually really interesting that, you know, in this game that's so heavy on resource management, to get the best rank, they turn your saves into another resource that you have to manage. It's pretty cool.
All right, Ashley. Luis just said.
Guess we better get going.
I have some new goods that might interest you.
Oh, well, apparently they do not interest me. This is a fun little part where these monks, they try to be a little bit spooky or whatever. It's like, oh, what are they up to? What are they doing? But if you actually shoot them, the game rewards you. They all die in 1 bullet. And when you go in that hallway, they're going to have item drops for you. And here is a new type of Plagas. And let me tell you, we are not messing with that. We are not messing with that. Those things can actually one-hit kill you. So yeah, we are not messing with that. Not at all. If I haven't said it already, a flash grenade will take out any parasite. So it's really important to just keep one on hand. Or the material to craft one if things like just go to shit. They sure do, baby eagle. Kind of using their catapults against him here. Trying to use the handgun for as much as I can. Which is funny because the Red 9 is not very accurate at long range. Not at all. It really is a close range, mid-range handgun. You want to use something like the standard handgun or maybe even the Blacktail if you want to shoot long range. But I mean, I love the Red 9. It's such a cool gun, and they give it to you for free. That's another reason I'm using it in this run, I think. It's a gun that I don't have to buy, so I don't have to put any resources into it to acquire it, at least. And on top of that, it just does the most damage. If I want to maximize the potential of every pistol bullet that I have, oh, praise the Lord that guy went for Baby Eagle and not for me. Oh man, I was stuck in an animation. He could have swung at me and there would have been nothing I could do.
You okay?
I'm fine.
Another reason I'm favoring the bolt thrower is because it'll stop, what are they called? The parasites from popping out of their heads. So as you can see, like if I take a guy out and stab him on the ground or stab him in the back like this, they cannot trigger a parasite that way. Now as I headshot them, I could get unlucky and get a parasite in that way, but it seems really unlikely. Like, it, like, never happens.
Firing again!
It really blows my mind how faithful this remake really is. Like, all this ridiculous stuff happens in the original. You use a cannon to blow the castle doors open in the original. Like, everything with the cabin, everything with Mendez. All this stuff happens in the original. Most of the enemy types, aside from like 1 or 2, all in the original. Like, just goes to show how crazy that game was. And still is. I mean, that game came out in 2005. We're still trying to do things for the merchant, but we're not trying to go out of our way too much. Because I think at this point, I was starting to feel the timer sort of breathing down my neck. I'm like, I need to speed it up a little bit. Because while I do get the S+ in this run, I think I barely get it. Like, within minutes, you know what I mean?
Look at you.
Oh, thanks. I think if I had an easy route that was like, oh, I can grab this treasure, I can do this merchant quest without like going out of my way too much, I would always try to do it. Because the rewards would be worth it. The castle is a part of the original Resident Evil 4 that I think a lot of people don't like. The castle and the island. Like, people seem to like the village the most. I never really felt that. There was a time where I felt like the island like wasn't as good, but it's really grown on me over the years. And the castle in the original Resident Evil 4, I mean, it's I don't think it's bad at all. Uh-oh, we got more mine shenanigans. I think there is a there's a cutscene here. Some enemies spawn. And I put that mine behind us because there's one guy who spawns behind you and tries to like either grab Ashley or smack you in the back or something. He's a run killer. So this way the mine will take him out. Look at Salazar. This little man. He looks absolutely horrible in this game. He looks almost as bad as Leon's hair looks right now. Like, jeez. He looks like a little grandma. Like, he looks like a little grandma. But, I mean, he's creepy.
With a girl as the very source. Your United States and then the The entire world shall overflow with his grace. For that is the iron will of my master, the most holy, Lord Sadler.
Yeah, fuck that, dude.
You will comply. Yes?
Like he's wearing human skin.
You heard the lady.
How unfortunate. Do make sure our guest feels at home, now that he has chosen death.
It does suck they got rid of his hat. I did like his hat, but I guess he doesn't really need it. I mean, the hat kind of made him look like a ship captain, you know? So I guess it was pretty stupid. See, there you go. That mine immediately cuts down on their numbers. We blew up the guy behind us, and we've taken out pretty much everybody. There's only 2 guys left. That's right, put that shotgun away. That's precious ammo.
Come on.
No problem.
Now I'm telling you guys, that is the beauty of the bolt thrower. Like when you know this game and you're playing through it again and you know where all these enemies are going to be, you can just drop those mines, man. They're going to spawn in, boom. It's really satisfying, I'm telling you. Such a cool gun. And it rewards your knowledge of the game. So I feel like to a oh my god, pick up the item. What are you doing? But I feel like to a advanced player of Resident Evil 4, like that's the gun. That's what you want to use. I mean, I haven't watched a run of this game in so long. So I don't know what the strategies are or what people are doing or like what the best stuff to do is, but it's got to involve the bolt thrower, right? Like it has to.
Well, look at you, mate. Got some rare...
We're just making money. Those heals, it's just ridiculous. And it's also worth pointing out, we haven't had to buy a rocket for anybody. No rocket. You don't need a rocket because you got the freaking bolt thrower.
Your weapon. We're starting to get...
It's like every boss either has a bolt thrower trick or a developer intended trick. Like for example, Ramon, we are going to be throwing an egg at him. And for some reason, if you throw an egg at him, it like cuts his health in half or by 75% or something crazy. Such an odd little joke to include. I think we're heading down to the what's his name? The Gyrador, the blind Wolverine guy. Really great in this game. Great segment here.
Do they keep animals down here or something?
I think I like how you can approach this fight in a few different ways. Like you don't have to do it the same way every time. And I like how if you are more aggressive, the game doesn't punish you too hard for that. Are we dropping mines here? Oh, well, apparently we're we're not hiding. Oh man, okay. Maybe it's just that once you get back in this room, it puts you back into a hidden state. Nice shot. But yeah, I touched on this before. The bolt action rifle And this might be something that's exclusive to the bolt action rifle. I feel like the other rifles don't get this benefit. But the bolt action rifle does 3 times damage on enemy weak points. And maybe that's a way to sort of keep it viable, keep it balanced, because, you know, it does have a much slower DPS otherwise compared to the semi-auto rifle or something, you know? Like, it shoots way slower, and missing a shot is so much more punishing with the bolt action. So maybe that was the developer's way of, you know, throwing players who wanted to stick with that gun a bone, you know? I remember this section took me a while to get through, but I kind of made it look easy right there.
It's you.
You know what, now that I'm thinking about it, I think the math of the weapons is kind of interesting because in a lot of older games, like back in the day, you wouldn't really get specific damage numbers for weapons in a game like this. Not a game like this. Like, in an RPG, maybe, sure, but, you know, as RPGs got more popular and their mechanics started to bleed into pretty much every other genre, like, now you'll see, like, oh, this gun is gonna do 6.5 damage per shot, and this shotgun is gonna do, like, 18 damage per shot, and stuff like that. Like, I wonder how true it is. You know? I know that developers, like, do, fuckery behind the scenes, and, like, some of the information they present us on the front end isn't, like, exactly how it works on the back end. Like, for example, if I have a pistol, say I got the Red 9, and the Red 9 does 5 damage per shot, and I can shoot, like, I don't know, 2 bullets a second, right? So I'm doing 10 damage per second. Let's say that the shotgun does 12 damage per shot, right? And it can shoot once per second. Is it true that in that scenario the shotgun is always going to outdamage the pistol? Does it take into account the pistol's, like, distance? Does damage fall off the further away you are? I know that the shotgun is dependent on how much of the spread actually hits the enemy, but, like, do you also have to consider factors like the reload speed of the weapon? Like, maybe the shotgun takes so much longer to reload that the more damage per shot that it's doing is just, like, not evening out to be as much damage as you would get from your pistol if you hit every shot in a clip before you reload it. And then there's also, like, the accuracy or damage bonus or critical bonus, whatever you want to call it, that you get when you steady Leon's hand before you shoot. You'll notice that the crosshair, like, if you just shoot wildly, the crosshair is huge and it's all over the place. But if you actually wait a second, this is calling back to how in old Resident Evil games you needed to stand your ground and just very carefully take your shots. You couldn't move around and shoot. They carried that mechanic forward into these remakes in a really elegant way, I feel like, but if you're talking about damage calculations, do you have to take that into account as well? You know, I just think it's interesting. It's interesting to see how they built this and how they bothered letting us see, you know, behind the curtain a little bit to see, like, what the guns are actually doing. The original game did this too, and it was just as cool back then. Now there you'll see a fun little thing. I actually shot the speaker thing that's projecting his voice. It's like a little cutscene, but you can still move around. And if you shoot that, it kind of just pisses him off. It startles him, and he doesn't finish the rest of whatever he's saying. Leon did something similar to him in a cutscene in the original Resident Evil 4, and it's just a nice little Easter egg. Pretty cool little thing. Because nobody respects Salazar, you know? Salazar is like the bully with tons of power, but, like, I mean, nobody respects him. Leon definitely doesn't respect him, not in either game. Now this room here, this is the infamous water room. Very difficult section in the original Resident Evil 4. And I think it's a lot more consistent in this version of the game. I think it's easier in this version of the game. And yet, not so easy that I wanted to continue on without saving. I mean, there are a lot of things that can go wrong here if you're trying to not take damage. But if you're just playing this section casually, with all the tools at your disposal, yeah, I don't think that this section is bad at all. Leon is looking quite dapper. And it looks like we got more mine thrower action going on here. Huh. Oh, I see. That's pretty cool. See, I love stuff like that. That's pretty cool. So it allows us to sort of just get to this position. And I like this position, I remember, because nobody can come at my left. And the only thing I have to worry about from that direction is the person up top who's shooting at me. But that arrow that they shoot is very slow. And if the enemies do run down here, a lot of the time they try to just go for Ashley. This is like a prime grab Ashley zone. I don't know why. I don't know if it's just really close to a door, so they're just like, yeah, let's get her, but they try for her all the time. And I have a clear shot at both archers. Like, this spot is just great. Anytime that you can funnel enemies in any of these games, you're just gonna have a way easier time, because that's one thing I can say about the enemies in these Resident Evil games. They don't really have, you know, a sense of self-preservation. They will just beeline towards you. There's not a lot of strafing going on. Not really, when you think about it. Not compared to something like the enemies in, say, The Last of Us 2. You know, they're trying to strafe around. They're trying to flank you. They're trying to come around from other sides. The enemies here, they just want to beeline straight for you, you know. If you think back to that fight in the main hall of the castle, where I dropped a mine because a guy was going to spawn behind us, that's what this game sort of has to do a lot of the time. They have to spawn a guy behind you or have a guy enter from behind you, because the enemies themselves, they don't really try to go behind you. If you turn your back to them, that's another story, but they don't actually try to circle around and flank you like you'd have to deal with in some other games. Sniping with the red 9, you love to see it. Now you'll see I'm waiting for these guys to move to the back of the room. They always do. I remember that. And then when you drop down, you can just throw a flash grenade in that general vicinity and take them all out. This is what I mean when I say this room is a lot more consistent, I feel, than it was in the original. Because in the original, I mean, for all the years that I've played Resident Evil 4, if I'm playing on professional, the water room still does give me a little bit of trouble, and it's still very tense. I think that they kept that tense feeling, especially if you're just playing this room casually and you're not like mine throwing all the spawn points. I think they kept that intact, but just you can get it into a much easier to handle rhythm, for lack of a better word. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, as soon as you try to turn this, more enemies spawn. There's an archer up there, and I definitely don't want him to take a shot at me and Ashley down here. Now we kind of have the same strategy, but on the other side of the room. A little bit trickier though, because now the enemies can come from me from the other side of the room. So I think I'm trying to just get to a better position here. Maybe wait for them down here where I have more cover. I don't have to worry about the archers taking me out. Yeah. It's just a safer place to be.
Leon, watch out!
Maybe use those barrels. There you go. Oh yeah, they're coming from everywhere now.
Coming.
But you'll see I'm doing my best to try to control the space. Like, I'm trying to get to a place where, like, okay, they can't come from behind me, they can't come from my left, they can't come from my right. I'm trying to funnel them in front of Leon as much as I possibly can. Ah, we didn't quite make it.
Son of a bitch.
That mechanic is so cool. I'm sure you've seen it plenty, you know, in the run so far, but sometimes when an enemy goes down, they'll start having like a seizure on the floor, and that's because the parasite inside them is reacting. And if you don't get to them in time and stab them on the ground, they're going to get back up with an enhanced mutation. Really adds a cool extra dynamic layer to the combat, because there's already so many things going on in the combat of Resident Evil 4 just at a base level, and you introduce all these little things that might happen, you know, like, and it's all dependent on how you take out an enemy. If you go for headshots, you know, like you're trained to do in most games, oh man, you might have to deal with a parasite. If you bypass, you know, going for the headshot, trying to like not get as many parasites that you have to deal with, now enemies are going down, their bodies are still intact, they might mutate there on the ground. Now you're using more knife durability. Do you have the knife durability to do that? Do you have the knife durability to parry or this or that? Like, there's a lot of things to consider. And I mean, that's why Resident Evil 4, just even the original version of Resident Evil 4 is such a fantastic game. And why it still feels so good to play. It really does.
Come on.
Okay.
Now this part here, I ran into trouble a few times, but I think that the hardest part of the water room is over. You know, I can take care of myself pretty easily. My sniping is pretty good. My bolt action is getting consistent headshots. It's popping heads pretty consistently. So I'm feeling good about it. And, you know, we're giving Baby Eagle plenty of time to turn those switches. Plus, I've got all these spawns memorized because I had to do this many, many times. I will say though, if you miss a shot trying to do that, especially with the bolt action, oh man. So many attempts just crumbled to dust in my hands.
Alright.
Yeah, we got this covered.
Hang on! I've got you!
Now you gotta be careful you don't shoot Baby Eagle. If you shoot her, you will get a game over. Very real possibility. And the pistol that I have is not the best. Oh man, oh, it's all falling apart. Oh my god. Yeah, the Red 9 is not meant for these long range shots. Like even that, like it doesn't look long range, but even that distance is a little too much for the Red 9. So I got really lucky getting that enemy to fall and drop Ashley. Great shot. You can definitely feel the panic. I thought this went a lot smoother than it did. Apparently not. But we did it. We're pretty much home free now. Pretty much. I probably don't even need to shoot these guys. I probably could have saved those bullets, but just to be safe. Oh no, there's one more guy up there I can see.
Okay, get back here.
Girl, yeah, just run. Once she starts to vault over, she's good. She's not in any danger anymore, so you can just move on. You know, there really was a lot of growth on my part with a run like this. I mean, I played this game probably like 3 times normally, you know, on various difficulty levels before I decided that I wanted to try for a new game, no damage, professional S+, right? And there were so many sections in the game that I was thinking about where I was like, there's no way. Like, there's no way that I would be able to pull this off. And, you know, seeing it all done here, and knowing that, like, I did it, it feels good. I'm proud of myself.
Looks like the right place.
I'm proud of my gameplay here.
You okay?
You can definitely see me panicking in places, but I'm proud of my gameplay here.
Instead of worrying about her, worry about your own skin. Foolish little lamb.
Ashley has been overtaken by the edge, as you can see. Just a little too edgy for her own good. With her whole manic pixie dream girl thing going on.
Wait!
You know what? Great addition, though. Great addition. Because you don't see Sadler much in this game, and in the original. You don't see him that much. But seeing his influence, like just throughout the game, like he's taking people over, he's generally being a bastard, it makes him come off as just a little bit more powerful, a little bit more threatening than I think he was in the original game. Because in the original game, he always reminded me of the bad guys in Die Hard. I don't know why. Maybe because the original Resident Evil 4 reminds me a lot of Die Hard. And maybe that's a discussion for another day. Maybe that's a take that I can't really even back up. It's just something I feel in my heart. That game just reminds me of Die Hard so much. Everything from the scenario to your enemies to the big bad and what he wants to do. I don't know. It just feels like Die Hard to me. Tell me down in the comments if you think that's a fair comparison. You know, if you don't, I think I totally understand.
Molding a weapon to suit your specific need. We're starting to get an idea of your tastes, friend.
Man, that Red 9 could use a little love. Oh wow, well, it looks like Ashley's edge has bled into Leon as well. So we're going to be a little edgy boy for the foreseeable future. But as you can see, I'm saving a lot more. You know, I'm recalling, at least in my commentary here, that you can save 15 times in a run like this. The game has 16 chapters, so the idea, you know, that most people go with is just trying to do it chapter by chapter. But since I'm trying to do it no damage, it wasn't really practical to do it chapter by chapter because some chapters are just way harder than others. You got things like the Crosser knife fight, you got things like the minecart section, you got things like even this stealth section right here. There are just so many things that can go wrong. So I saved more on the how bullshit was this section scale. If the section was massively bullshit, you can bet I'm saving either before or after it, you know. That's what got me through. I do remember the strategy for getting in and out of this room quickly being pretty cool, but I remember it being cool, but I don't remember exactly what it was. So we're gonna see here what I get up to. I am definitely a sneaky boy right now. Oh, excellent.
Sorry to interrupt.
Just like that, huh? Wow. See, that took me so many tries because that red cultist, he would turn around like all the time. He would just turn around and see me, or the prompt to stab him would not pop up. So, you know, I'm so glad that I could get this because I think that's such a cool strategy, how smoothly you can take care of that room, because otherwise it triggers him to run all around the room. All the enemies are chasing you. It's a real clusterfuck.
You can stop right there, Leon.
She's like, wow, Leon, you're looking rough these days. What happened to you?
6 years, that is one hell of a greeting. Ada.
You don't seem surprised. Interesting.
Try using knives next time. Better for close encounters.
Not a bad move. Very smooth.
So who are you working for?
I like her voice actress. I really do. I think she did a good job. Maybe I didn't like it at first, but she's really grown on me. I think she did a good job.
Leave the girl. She's lost no matter what. You walk away now, and who knows? Maybe you'll live to meet me again. And then I might get you that greeting you were looking for.
You think I'm gonna give up that easy?
Do I look like a man who can give up?
How about we continue
This edgy motherfucker.
Last person I thought I'd run to here.
Ada and Leon's relationship is interesting. Do I ship them? Yeah, I think I do. I think I always have. I think they'd be cute together. But here's the thing about the characters in Resident Evil, right? Not only are they all like superheroes, which to be fair, they didn't start out that way. You know, they had to build up to it, and that's just sort of what you get when you keep using the same character in a horror scenario, you know? The unknown's only scary once, right? So for Leon, this isn't necessarily scary, but it is a serious situation. And that's the other thing. Leon is a professional. You know what I mean? Like, he's not a rookie cop anymore. He is a seasoned professional. He's been on multiple missions. He's been fighting BOWs for years now. You know, this is a professional job to him. And he takes protecting people very seriously. He's very similar to Chris in that regard. Chris is like the hardest working man in Resident Evil. Like this guy just does not quit, especially while Wesker was still active. Chris Redfield is going to be fighting BOWs when he's like 70 years old. Like, I shit you not. He just doesn't mess around. You could say the same thing for a Jill. There's that. You can get Salazar to stop talking again. But you could say the same thing for Ada. You could say the same thing for Jill. Maybe the only character you couldn't really say that about is Claire. But even still, Claire, Chris's sister, she's always doing some type of work too. Like, everybody is just too much of a workaholic, honestly, to ever stop and find romance. Like, Leon and Ada can't be together because, well, one, they can't stop fucking working, and two, they exist in totally different worlds. You know, like, Leon is the Boy Scout. Ada is the sexy spy, you know, doing shady shit. How do you deal with that? How do you come to terms with that? You know what I mean? Oh, put a pin in that, because did you see that right there? Very cool trick. You can just throw a grenade through that gate to hit the debris and raise the gate. Amazing trick. There are things like that in these games that other games just don't let you do things like that in the level design. Another game wouldn't have even let you be able to shoot through that gate. It would have let like no grenade go through that gate. It would have just bounced off it. But the devs at Capcom are like, nah man, if you can get a grenade through this tiny little fucking hole, yeah, you can open this gate. Other games just don't let you do stuff like that in the level design, but this game is just like, nah man, if you can throw that grenade in here, you know, we'll open the gate for you, no problem. I'm being very careful with this guy. Yeah, because I didn't want that guy. Ooh, see that? Now did you see that? Alright? What that guy just did, he was charging. Okay, and that's something that the enemies can do in this game. They can just charge you, and they can tank a few bullets when they do that. And what I think that's about is they want you to be using either a stronger weapon, or they want you to parry it. To parry the incoming blow. Because the only people that really do that are guys with melee weapons. You got to be really careful for that if you're trying to do a run like this. And the way that that guy just split in two was kind of timed perfectly. For comedic effect. Why did he separate like that? Oh my goodness. There's another one. Absolutely crazy that works. That's just insane to me. It's so cool. But getting back to my larger point here, you know, can you really picture Chris Redfield walking away from the game and being like, all right, I have taken out enough BOWs, I'm done. Like, that man is never gonna stop. You know, can you really picture Leon being like, okay, I've saved enough people, I guess I'm done now. I'm gonna stop. Like, these characters are not gonna stop until they're not breathing anymore. Like, this job is going to kill them. And maybe that's a little tragic. You know, maybe it's a little tragic that the trauma that these characters have goes so deep that they're not able to really have normal lives. You know, never again. Their lives have been taken by the cause. And some of the characters, like Jill, she had even more taken from her, you know, because she got experimented on.
Another one. You guys are really starting to become a giant pain in my ass.
You know what? Here's a weird thing I noticed. How come all the women have been experimented on? You know what I mean? Like, Jill, experimented on in Resident Evil 5. Sherry, infected with the G virus as a child, and then experimented on as she got older and her virus mutated. Ada, cloned through mad science, which they had to have some essence of Ada in order to do that. My Resident Evil 6 lore is hazy, but I'm pretty sure Simmons had something of Ada's that he was able to clone her with, whether it was just her blood or something. Who else do we got? Helena, also in Resident Evil 6, she was not experimented on, but she had a sister and she was very much infected with the C virus. I guess Sheva got off scot-free. But I mean, we haven't seen Sheva since Resident Evil 5. She's a character that I really hope makes a return, because she was a great character and she was a very capable character. I don't think that people realize that Sheva is one of the few characters who could actually go toe-to-toe with Albert Wesker. You know, Leon never even met Wesker. And that would have been a really fun interaction. Like, it would be really cool to see how Leon would have dealt with Wesker, or if he would have been able to do anything against Wesker at all. But it just was never in the cards for those two to meet. you know, but we've seen Chris get bested by him. We've seen Jill get bested by him. And then Sheva, somebody who had no prior knowledge of this man, no prior connection to this man. She just had enough raw skill to be able to put up a fight against him at the peak of his power, no less. And I really give Sheva a lot of credit in that regard. I hope that she comes back one day. But yeah, dude, the male main characters of Resident Evil don't really have to deal with this problem. They don't really have any mutations or infections or anything like that, right? You know what? I'm eating my words. I'm literally playing Resident Evil 4 and Leon is literally infected with the Plagas right now. But you know what? So is Ashley. And so is Ada. Revealed in the DLC for this game. So is Ada. So everyone's infected in Resident Evil 4. So that's fun. Just thought that was an interesting observation. It's always cool, I think, when Capcom plays with the idea of the main character being infected too, because it makes them come off like a little bit less perfect. You know, like this is a very tough situation to be in, and to think that they could get through it pretty much flawlessly and not get infected along the way. It's a little hard to swallow sometimes, you know?
I've had my fill of you guys. Ashley, where are you?
I hate this part. Not this part. This is a very sweet scene that they added here. It's very nice, but this maze, I hate it in both versions of this game.
Let's stay back. I might hurt you again. I'm so scared. When that happened, it wasn't myself anymore. That was something else.
She must have been terrifying. I know.
You too?
It's okay to be afraid, you know. But you can't run. You gotta keep moving forward. We will beat this. Together.
I don't know if I can.
You can. Just give me a heads up before you stab me next time, okay?
Leon, thanks.
These characters are so good. And these performances are so good. And their cutscenes don't even need to be long. All the cutscenes in this game are all very short, kind of like that one. And they're able to get everything they need to across pretty efficiently. So they're not out here wasting your time.
Can't believe that guy.
He's in trouble. We can't just leave him, right?
Man, I am hurting for space. Have I been neglecting to buy an upgraded case again? It's almost like an act of defiance at this point. I'm just like, I shouldn't have to spend my money just because Leon's case isn't big enough, when it's like, I also have plenty of money. I'm just like not buying it on principle at this point. Could literally make my life easier, but you know, stubborn old me. So yeah, what you're meant to do here is wander the hedge maze and find these 3 switches, and once you get all 3, the door will open. Throughout the maze, you're going to get jumped by dogs. And I do not understand for the life of me. Pretty sure this is me going back to save, yep. Because the dogs are they're such a pain in the ass. I can't stand them. I do not understand why developers of all video games keep putting dogs in their games as enemies. Because, like, think about it, right? We love dogs. Everybody loves dogs. I love a dog. You love a dog. If you don't love a dog, then, like, get the hell off of my channel. You know what I mean? Because we love dogs over here. I've got a dog. I've had many dogs. I've known many dogs. They're all wonderful. Great, wonderful animals. And yet, we keep putting them in games to just be slaughtered. And to maybe feel a little bit better about doing that, we make them the most annoying enemies in like any game that they're in. It's like, come on, man. Like, seriously. And that was a really good shot. I shot through the gate there, and the bullet took out both of those dogs in one shot. But yeah, I'm checking all the spawn points. I know where these dogs are going to go. I know where these dogs want to go. And luckily, the stopping power of the bolt thrower is really good at just easily taking these dogs out. I think there is a trouble dog, like a dog who spawns way after the fact, that I'm going to use a mine to deal with. So that's always fun. Yeah, the knife is putting in a ton of work in this playthrough. That was really close. If that dog would have mutated and got out running around, because they can sort of dart into the bushes and pop out in other places. You don't want that. Yeah, there we go. This dog right here. When you go for this switch, they spawn a dog behind you. It's like I said earlier, the enemies in these games, they don't really flank you. Not really. Not from behind. If Capcom wants an enemy to attack you from behind, they just put an enemy behind you.
Now we can finally get out of this maze.
I bet that you could get away with more mines here. Oh, well, I guess I kind of do. I kind of do. But you probably could have got away with even more to stop them from even getting this far. As it is now, I don't think there's anybody over there to even mess with Ashley at all. Yeah, it's just those three guys. I don't know where the hell I'm going now. These armor guys haven't even been formally introduced, and yet I'm fighting them? I must be going for some out-of-the-way treasure or something like that.
Out of the way.
Come on, Ashley.
Won't open.
I don't think that animation played the way it was supposed to. Maybe I'm tripping.
Good work.
But yeah, we're just coming in here, getting some treasure. There's actually a cool lore note, yeah, that right there. That wasn't in the original game, that goes through the other generations of the Salazar family. And you come to find out that when they first like started to build on this land, they're the ones who discovered the Plagas deep underground, and they fought against them for many generations until they finally were able to seal them away completely. And then they also sort of exiled the original members of Los Illuminados. Those, oh wow, this guy's still alive, and I don't kill him? That seems risky to me. I should have just killed him. But Sadler's family, the original Los Illuminados, they were exiled to the island that we're going to be visiting later. And it wasn't until Salazar's generation, because he was really born as a complete shit stain. He was born small, he was born weak, he was a psychopath for all intents and purposes. And to be fair to him, nobody really loved him at all. Maybe if he would have got some love, you know, as we see many times in fiction, he wouldn't have been such a shit stain, but he was a total shit stain. Sadler was able to manipulate him into exposing the world to the Plagas once again, you know, because they're very sacred to him and the other Los Illuminados. They come up with this crazy plot to take over the world, and Salazar is just looking for validation, you know. He just wants to be seen by Big Daddy Sadler. So he's kind of tragic too. But, I mean, do we care? Do we care if Salazar is tragic? No. At least I don't. I really don't. That guy's a shit stain. Now, the village chief, they made him, you know, a little bit more sympathetic in this version of the game. And I think that that works a lot better, because that guy, he really got in over his head. He didn't know what the hell was going on, and he just kind of swallowed the shit that they were giving him, you know. But Salazar? No. Salazar sucks.
Leon!
Looks like we figured it out.
Now what you see me doing here is another instance of doing like easy merchant missions as I go around collecting the things that I need to collect to progress anyway. So I'm getting the medallions, I'm killing the rats, you know, trying to remember to do all that stuff. And 2 of the key items here, they don't require any combat. It's just the last one that requires combat. So I'm pretty sure what I'm going to do is collect everything that doesn't require me to fight anything, and then, oh no, it's 2 pieces, I'm sorry. 2 pieces require combat, and it's just that one that doesn't. So I'm doing everything that I think is pretty easy, and then when I go into the harder section, I think I'm going to save. I don't think I do all of this on one save. If I do, well then I'm kind of a badass, and that would be impressive. Very cool trick here. Throw a grenade, trigger that cutscene. That guy who was running out, he wanted to pull the lever to make it so that you can't walk across this catwalk here. It like descends down and you have to fight a bunch of dudes. Throw a grenade, you don't even have to worry about that. You also could use a mine dart over there to blow him up. You could even use a flash grenade to keep him from pulling that switch. This is what I'm talking about, man. Like, so many little things in the level design for this game are just... It's all just so dynamic in how you can deal with it. And see, now I've got a nice, easy catwalk that these enemies are all going to get funneled down. And I'm going to take them all out. I'm going to reap all the rewards there. Now this is a situation where it would suck if an enemy started to do the convulsing on the ground, because then that makes me leave my safe position if I want to go up there and try to stab him to prevent him from mutating. So I have to decide, like, okay, do I want to risk that, or do I just want to stay put and use the extra ammo to take this guy out? I think people really underestimate the moment-to-moment decision-making that goes into playing a game like this. You see this guy charging me down? I was able to push him back, luckily, but that's what I'm talking about. That's the charge. You gotta be very careful with that shit. I think I just wanted him to die at that point. They are just coming. Yeah, normally you'd have to fight all these guys down below in the room down below, but now they have to sort of shuffle up here in smaller groups, and they just don't stand a chance. Not with this choke point. They don't stand a chance. And then I'm free to just casually loot this room, you know, with no worries. If you didn't know about that trick with the guy who pulls the lever, I highly recommend it for whenever you're playing this game next. I never let that guy pull that lever. It was one of the first tricks that I tried to do, to be honest, and I'm like, oh yeah, dude, this is way easier than letting him pull that lever and screw you over. But yeah, we really are dealing with top tier level design in Resident Evil 4. And of course the remake is sort of just benefiting off of the level design from the original game, but not completely. You know, it's not like it's not putting in any twists or any work of its own. Like for example, in the original Resident Evil 4, I don't think you can stop the lever from being pulled like that. Not in the same way. You might be able to, but not in the same way. I think that they made the right call of keeping the sort of open dynamic nature of playing the original. They kept that intact with this remake. And it would have been so easy to just mess up that part of the game, you know?
Too bad. I think you'd look pretty dashing.
Am I going to fight the knights without saving? I'm going to fight the knights without saving. You know, not something that I would recommend, but here we are. Here we are. Let's see. These guys are very dangerous because yeah, they move slow, but when their helmets pop off, now you're dealing with the squiggly tentacle plagas, and those guys have a very large range with which they can hit you. And they're also obviously just tankier than you know, the squishy humans that we're normally fighting. So they're gonna keep marching towards you a lot of the time. You just have to be very careful fighting these guys. You can parry them, but it's really hard to do. Yeah, they actually have Ashley help out in this section, which is kind of cool. Not the best toss for her first one, but maybe her other ones will be better. I think she has 3 lanterns that she can throw down to help you. That was a perfect one. Yeah, totally perfect. Perfect flash grenade opportunity. But it looks like I choose to save it. I choose to save it. Certainly a choice. I think I'm thinking of a special version of a knight that you have to fight later. And how those flash grenades might be useful for that.
Go to hell, you rusty piece of shit!
Really surprised I didn't get hit right there. Really surprised. Need this guy to swing his sword and stop chasing me. There we go. Huh, not bad at all.
Yeah. Nighty night. Night.
I feel like Leon is just starting to lose it a little bit. The stress of the situation, I feel, is getting to him. That's why you get lines like that. I mean, it makes sense, right?
I really did the trick.
Now, you might be wondering, Xavier, you have a lot of crafting materials. What the hell are you waiting on? Why don't you just make some items? Well, if you'll also notice, I'm using the case, because you get like different case skins that have different effects. I'm using the case that gives me more of the large resources as opposed to the small one. And what I need to make a shit ton of are flash grenades. And the reason why I need to make a shit ton of flash grenades is for Chapter 10. Now, if you played this game, you might know Chapter 10 as being the one with the bugs. And I'm not going to say too much more because, I mean, you'll see when we get there. But the bugs were almost two things. The bugs and the knife fight with Krauser were the two things in this run where I was like, I don't think I'm going to be able to do this. They were the two things that I thought were just going to kill the run, and I would be able to say to people, hey, I was able to beat most of Resident Evil 4 without taking damage, but not all of it. Luckily, I was able to you know, push through it, but man, I almost quit so many times. I really did. And I don't even really blame the game, because like, I don't think that the game isn't designed well, or like the encounters aren't designed well, or the enemies aren't designed well. Like the bugs themselves, I feel like they're a really fair enemy. They're a really fair enemy type. They're not super strong. They can be killed instantly if you shoot them while they're hiding or whatever. You can stab them, you can parry them, like they telegraph all their attacks. They're really not that bad. But man, dude. Now this is actually a rare instance of enemies actually trying to flank you. You'll see that one of the enemies went through the main doors and tried to come at me from over here. That's not something that you see a lot of in this game. Normally all the enemies just try to go to the one area. They all just try to go this ladder and take you out here. Yeah, these parasites are getting a little risky, so I decided to just throw a flash. I like these little things that each area has, these little mini puzzles where it's like, if you backtrack to that area, you get rewarded with like a really nice item to sell. Just gives you a little bit of incentive to go back to old areas that you normally wouldn't. And the merchant side quests also stay available for the entire duration of you being in like a zone. So like all the castle ones, at least in this main part of the castle, you can go back and you can find any medallions. Like I'm pretty sure at this point in the game, I would be able to go back to where we started, where all the cannons were firing, and get those medallions if I wanted to. And sometimes doing that is to your benefit because the enemies will just despawn. There was a instance in the village in chapter 3 or 4, I believe, where I went back and I just looted those areas that I didn't the first time when they were full of enemies. Because, I mean, why loot when there's enemies when you can just loot when there's no enemies, you know?
I have some new goods that might interest you.
But yeah, we're doing good. We're going to be rolling in dough. And we're going to be rolling in flash grenades because we have to be. We really have to be.
Gun rhymes with fun. Welcome. I got something new for you. I'll buy almost anything. Thank you.
Such a fun character.
There you are, as you wished. We're starting to get an idea of dazzled. Oh, don't get yourself killed now.
Oh, we're going to do more shooting gallery. That's cool. You know, the merchant kind of reminds me of Drebin from Metal Gear Solid 4. That's weird, right? But like he follows Snake around, he shows up in places, he's got like a tragic backstory, and I mean the merchant doesn't have a tragic backstory, at least not that we know of, but you know, he's selling you all these weapons and he's got a very strong personality. The music in this section is great. They really didn't have to go as hard as they did with the soundtrack here. And it's really cute how Ashley will like cheer you on and compliment you at this shooting gallery. She's actually just chilling on a barrel next to you over here. She deserves a little fun, right? They both do. Spread on this thing is massive. I'm just gunning these sailors down, jeez.
High score, here we go.
Reload, you bum. But I really didn't need to do this because the charms that I have are already so perfect for the run. You can equip 3 charms at a time. I've got 2 that are perfect, so maybe I was just trying to see if I could get a better 3rd charm. But even the 3rd charm that I have lets you, if I remember correctly, it's the one that lets you craft more explosive mines, which I use all the time. So yeah, I'm literally just doing this for fun in a run that is timed, in which I barely make the time. I should not be doing this. I can't resist the call of the shooting gallery. And then I don't even turn in the coins. What was it for? It was for fun. It was for fun. There's me cashing in the flash grenades. Gotta get ready.
Leon, the stairs!
Stay back. Run. Now!
They're not the brightest.
I won't run. Wait for me, Leon.
I really like how the little thing that Leon said to her resonated with her in this moment. It's a really nice character moment. You know, he told her, you gotta keep moving forward. We can't run. If this very same scenario would have happened to Ashley, like what, like an hour earlier into the adventure, she might have just broken down and just sat at that door, you know. I think this section is a straight improvement because it doesn't feel bloated, at least not to me. It doesn't like overstay its welcome, and it does not have that goddamn sliding block puzzle or sliding panel puzzle, because like I'm not saying that puzzle is bad, right? I'm not saying it's bad. It's fine. It's whatever. But I suck at those. I sucked at them when I was a kid. I suck at them as an adult. Whenever a game has a sliding puzzle like that, where I gotta like line up an image or something, oh my god, just I want to throw the whole thing out the window. It pisses me off. I get so mad. I don't know why. It's like an irrational anger. Just does not work for me. And even with all the original Resident Evil 4 I've played, I'm always like stopped when I get to that part, and I'm just like, what was the easy way to do this again? Like, oh man, and then I'm just sliding panels around. It's a hot fucking mess, dude. Now, what if you had a horror game that was just like this, right? You're playing as a character who can't defend themselves. They can only run, and they can, you know, they have a means to stun the enemies like this, right? There are a lot of horror games that are like that. A lot of first-person horror games are like that, where there's not really any combat, but you do have a means to stop the enemy for at least like a second, so you can get around them. And I think it's cool for a small section like this in a game where otherwise you do have more agency, you can shoot, you do have weapons. But a whole game like this, like the Amnesias, the Outlasts, you know, games like that, just, I mean, like, what are we doing here? Like break that down. Like, look at a game like Outlast, right? What am I doing in that game? I'm wandering through the dark, kind of like wandering through a spooky fun house at that point. You know what I mean? Like, oh, look to your right and there's a scare. Look to your left and there's a scare. Oh, run from the scary man. And taking away my agency as a player to where I just can't do anything. I can't punch anything. I can't shoot anything. I literally can't do anything. That's just not fun. You know, maybe that's a hot take, but that's just not fun to me. Like I said, it's cool here. It's fine here. Because this is literally just such a small slice of the game. And it's a nice character moment for Ashley. But in other games where they just build an entire game with no combat, you know, The Medium is another good example. Bloober Team developed The Medium. That game is so boring. It's not scary. Because I think what adds to the fear for me is the idea that, like, I could fail at protecting myself, right? I have the means to protect myself, and I could mess up. I could make a bad decision, or my resources are low. And part of the fear, part of the tension is I'm managing these limited resources. I'm trying to make it work. When there are no resources to manage, like in a game like Silent Hill 2 or in a game like The Medium, there's no resources to manage. I'm just left wondering, well, what's the point of even engaging with this game at all when it's not giving me anything to engage with? You know, those games usually will be more narrative focused, but that's only good for one go. That's only good for one time. That narrative is only going to speak to you the one time. Like, you're going to play it and you're either going to like that narrative or you're not going to. Meanwhile, I can name plenty of games where the narrative didn't do anything for me, but that gameplay shines. And I'm able to come back to that game because that gameplay is shining. And I can skip all those cutscenes and I can have a great time. It's just, I don't know. Is that a hot take? You tell me if that's a hot take. It feels like a hot take. I feel like I'm just exuding hot takes all the fucking time. But I don't know. Maybe they're cold as hell. Let me know what you think. Do you like horror games like that? Do you like the Amnesias, the Outlasts, the Layers of Fear? Just these games where, like, you can't do anything, and yet it's like a 6-hour, 8-hour game where you have, like, no agency.
The heck?
Like, think about a game like Five Nights at Freddy's, right? Like, that's not a super long game, but it's also not a game where you have a ton of agency. It's like a sit and survive type game. It's like a tower defense game almost. You've got your traps and everything that you can set up. You've got your ways to keep enemies out, and it's up to you to just keep that rhythm going, keep that momentum going. That works for a short game like Five Nights at Freddy's, and the game has such a great atmosphere that, like, it really, really works. It's part of the reason that game was so popular. But those longer games that try to pull off the same thing, it's gonna be a big no from me, Chief. That's gonna be a big no from me. But with that, we're doing the final sprint here of this Ashley section, and I had thought that this was going to be a section I had trouble with, but really it wasn't. You know, if you just keep moving, these guys won't hit you, and you know, that goes for the whole section, really. Like, as long as you're not trapped or stuck in one place, you really don't have to worry about these guys too much. And with that, we are free from the Ashley section. And good for her. I wouldn't be able to do that shit. If I had to do this exact thing that Ashley is doing right now, oh, I'd be dead. I'd be fucking dead. It'd be over. Would you be able to do this? Would you go into this hellish dungeon and deal with these squiggly these squiggly infected armors to try to fucking make something happen? Like, no, it's not gonna happen, dude. I would go hide in a closet or something. That's what I would do. I'd be captured so fast. They just ship my ass back to the US and they'd be infected as hell.
Ashley, are you alright?
Yeah. Give me a sec, I'll get you out.
The whole time Leon's just like, I'm just here. He wasn't doing anything to get out of that cage.
Hey! Try this!
You could probably climb out. You could probably shimmy up that cage. It's open at the top.
Ashley! Shit!
You lose Ashley a lot in this game. In both versions of the game. Like, people consider this game like a escort mission type game, but she's really only with you for a few sections. And when she is, she's so low maintenance. Hell, in the original game, you can just throw her in a dumpster. For most of the trickier sections of the game, you really don't have to worry about her at all.
As long as you can keep your dog under control.
He's a good boy. Predictable.
Fine. Keep your mutt. But don't come crying to me if you get bit.
Damn, he must have knocked her out.
Leon, changed your mind yet?
Ada?
Assuming you haven't, I've got a tip for you. Seems like something big is about to go down in the throne room. Babysitting's tough, huh?
Hey, Ada! Ada! Perfect.
The infamous Chapter 10. Now, I'm not running to save right away because Chapter 10 is another one of those chapters where we can take care of a bunch of side stuff before we get into the proper route. Yeah, had a little trouble there. Now, why I'm coming all the way back here? Oh, okay. Okay. Just a small key dresser. Yeah, that was throwing me off for a second. I'm like, wait a minute, this is really far back. Why would I go all the way back here? Now, if this run had like tighter planning, a lot of this you probably don't even need, because you see me like pausing to check the time. I'm getting really worried. I'm like, am I gonna have enough time? But at the same time, I was worried that I wouldn't have enough money, because having my weapons upgraded is like just so important to a run like this. If I ever tried to do something like this again, which I definitely won't, I would probably try to just plan it out a little bit tighter and try to get a faster time. All right, now this part, definitely tricky. Like the super wolf that we fought back in the village, every main area has a merchant mission that's like a hunt, basically. for a regular enemy, but like a super version of them. So there is a golden armor variant down here in the room that Ashley just ran through. And it is not an easy fight, and it's definitely not an easy fight to not get hit on, and you actually can use that elevator to sort of cheese the fight, and you can bet your bottom dollar that's exactly what I'm going to do. Because the enemies can't come in this elevator, and when you go in it, they try to shuffle back to their starting position. So I'm definitely taking advantage of that to try to land some shots on them. Running around in the darkness down there would not do me any favors. And I just don't have the luxury, especially because I haven't saved. I'm trying to get this entire section locked in on one save because I know the bugs are 10 times worse than this, as bad as this is. It's one of those things where you really got to pick your battles when you're trying to do something like this. Like every time I die, do I want to have to do this armor fight again when I know that the bugs are going to make me die a lot? Absolutely not. I want to do this once and lock it in. And what I'm trying to do is just get the heads open because I've got the flash grenades to just take them all out. Not trying to take any risks here. Getting hit here would mean going back through the Ashley section. Maybe even back through the maze with the dogs. I can't remember the last time we saved. Yeah, you can definitely tell I'm nervous here. I'm missing shots. I'm using a lot of ammo to try to get this done. I'm so afraid of going back. Just taking a stray hit here. I think the only good thing about that encounter is I didn't use a bunch of flash grenades. I didn't use any of my flash grenades. Now my strategy for the bugs is so batshit insane that I'm telling you, you're going to totally understand why I needed so many flash grenades. And this is something that I came up with. I came up with this bug strategy that you're going to see on my own. So be kind to me down in the comments. I mean, you could probably do it with way less resources. But like I said, I'm trying to be as careful as possible. And the bugs are just such a unpredictable enemy. I'm sort of gassing them up here, but I mean, they kind of deserve it. This game actually goes into more detail about like what the bugs are. And if I remember correctly, because they are just like ganados, right? That's why there's so many of them. And they can also sort of reproduce, but I'm pretty sure they began from just experimenting on regular ganados, you know, doing Plagas bullshit. But the caretaker, one of Ramon's like right-hand men, you know, who have a more severe and powerful mutation, that guy was like just really into making these fucking bug people, and he thought he was like unlocking the next level of humanity or some shit. You know, I could be totally wrong. I'm just trying to do this from memory, but that's why there's bugs all over the fucking castle. And like none in the village or anything like that. It's all it's all due to Vertigo and the other one whose name that nobody knows because that's not the one you fight. But it's all because of them. There's also the angle that Salazar is, you know, just using them as guard dogs, essentially. Now here we're actually going to pick up another gun. At least try to. But it's not gonna be a gun that we're gonna use, not in this run. We're just getting it to sell it. You know what? I lied. We are going to use it, apparently. In another act of defiance, Passamy says, look, future Xavier doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Past Xavier is who you want to listen to, okay? So we will be using that rifle. And that is the CBQ rifle. And it's actually very good. It's one of my favorites in the game, so I'm actually kind of happy that we're going to be using it. Show it a little love. Got a nice Dark Souls style shortcut right there. Appreciate that.
Took care of a request, did you? A job well done deserves payment in kind. Got some rare things on sales. So, which weapon will you be giving a shine to? Give us a shout when you want to tune it up. I'll buy.
I think that was an enhanced ticket that I just got.
Back. Welcome.
With that, I can unlock a gun's exclusive perk without having to max out all the other stats of the gun. I think that's what I just got from him.
Good as new. You've got an eye for this, mate.
CQBR rifle. I'm sorry, I misspoke earlier.
Thank you. This kind of work is about finesse, stranger. Little bit goes a long way.
Oh yeah, we are definitely going all in. I like how not only did I say we're not using it, and then immediately slap the high-powered scope on it. I also sold the old rifle and just loaded this thing up with as many upgrades as I could.
I can certainly do something. Dazzled, are you?
Looks like I sold the Magnum ammo too. I must not be rocking a Magnum in this playthrough. And here we are. We're going to go get Buggy. We're going to a section that totally bugs me. These hidden motherfuckers are such a pain in the ass, dude. But they're so frail. Like, that's how they're balanced. They're so frail. It's just their numbers are just insane. And they will come at you from all sides. Unlike a lot of the other enemies in the game. So the strategy here is going to be to first snipe problem enemies that are going to get in my way, because we're not taking out everything in this room. We are running. We are largely running through this room. So through trial and error, I have deduced where a lot of the problem enemies hiding in this room are. and I take out as many of them as I can to start. Then we're going to drop a mine down there because more enemies are going to spawn, and then begins our sprint through this room.
Present for you.
That flash grenade just saved us. And these enemies are like more weak to flash grenades than some of the other enemies in the game. They stay down for a really long time. Like, look at how long these bugs are stunned, right? So we have to get a switch on this side of the room and a switch on the other side of the room. And I am just chucking these bad boys and running. That was the whole reason I wanted them. I got so many bugs stunned on the ground I can barely move around them at this point. And I had to sort of figure out the best place to throw each of these, because I mean, I don't have unlimited flashes, and I can't just keep throwing them constantly. So where you see me throwing them, I'm very precise about it. And you see all these dead enemies over here, all their loot, those were the enemies that I sniped at the beginning. So that I don't have to worry about them on this other side, because they were really problematic. From there, we just get the fuck out. And amazingly, I was actually able to get through that section. Oh my god, I did it every single time. You can stop Salazar from talking again, right there. But I was actually able to get through that bug room. Didn't even need all the flash grenades that I prepared. I got one extra. I'm telling you, I made that look easy. I made that look really easy. But if you try to do that room without taking damage, it is hellish, dude. You know what else is hellish? Fighting two of these things with a bunch of regular enemies trying to take you out at the same time. The fact that Capcom put these two rooms back to back and in the same chapter is insane to me. Absolutely insane. This is such a hard part of the game. So the strategy here is to, you know, sneak around as you're meant to do, use the bolt thrower to try to like quietly take out some of the other enemies. And then I'm just trying to make it to the bell, get them both next to it, and then hit them with a high-powered grenade because that'll stun them. And then just try to keep that loop going. Just keep them in that. That's the reason I was saving high-powered grenades. Now, if I would have did this perfectly, they would both be dead right now, before the next wave of enemies even showed up. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to pull that off. So now we are just improvising. We are completely improvising now, because the actual plan went to shit. Luckily, I'm able to take out the guard over there, and then from there it's just regular enemies, and if I get hit by a regular enemy, then, you know, that's just shameful gameplay. I might have to commit seppuku at that point. Can you say that on YouTube? I might bleep it just in case. I never know what you can say and what you can't say in YouTube videos. It's so funny. I'm here creating my art, but I'm bound to the whims of my corporate overlords, you know.
Don't come any closer.
Are you hurt?
Watch out!
Please, do continue.
This is horrifying, man. Just like imagine this. I want you guys to take this game scenario that everybody says is like not scary. Just imagine being in this. Have some empathy. This would be terrifying. Terrifying. Not just for Ashley, but also for Leon.
Aquí nos despedimos, señor Kennedy.
You know, I actually miss the QTEs. They were a big part of the identity of the original Resident Evil 4. And I wish that you could still have them because you could do cool stuff like there are a lot of cool cutscenes for where you failed QTEs. And that's something that just gets lost when we modernize it for the remake.
I'm coming for you.
Now we're not out of dodge yet, because we still have to deal with bugs down here in these caverns. And trust me, you take a hit here, you're going all the way back, you're doing the bugs again, you're doing the guard door again. Like, and that happened to me. That did happen to me. Like, it's not so easy, you know? But if you move through this section carefully and take it a little bit slower, you shouldn't get hit here. You really shouldn't get hit here. It's pretty free. Just don't let your nerves, you know, make you do something stupid.
The hell?
I actually can't swim, so I would hate this right now. I would be worried that there was some deep pocket or something that I couldn't see, especially because it's so dark, and I would just sink into it. I'm being extremely careful. I thought I was just going to take it slow with my pistol, but if I'm breaking out the mines just to be sure these enemies don't hit me, yeah, I'm being incredibly careful here. Checking the map even. I mean, I know which way to go. I'm just not messing around, I guess. I really can't blame past me after the 2 rooms I just did. See, I think this kind of horror really works. Like, I'm here in this small area, I got enemies popping out really quickly that I have to deal with. I'm armed, and it's still scary. It's still tense. You don't have to just take away a player's agency in order to scare them. That's not the only way to do it. You can still craft very tense experiences with a player who's walking around kitted out like he's a one-man army. And I just hate when developers act like they can't do that. We picked up the crown, which is great, but we don't quite have the resources to fill it. That crown is actually one of the highest selling items in the game, if you can get it filled with gems. So we definitely will be doing that. I think that'll largely take care of the rockets that we need for the run. Because if I was a smart man in the past, I would definitely be using a rocket launcher against our upcoming foe. That's for sure.
I have something I think you like.
That's what I like to hear.
Welcome. Got some rare things on sale, stranger. Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. I'll buy it.
You know, I don't think we have enough money.
We'll come.
We definitely don't have enough money for a rocket launcher, and I think I am panicking in real time at that fact. I'm like, dude, I don't have enough money.
Come back anytime.
Yeah, I'm contemplating, do I want to sell the crown without it being complete? Like, I lose out on a lot of money that way. And I'm like, I don't want to sell the DLC weapons. That's not, you know, in the spirit of the challenge. Or not the DLC, the bonus unlockable weapons.
Thank you.
I don't think that fish is going to make a difference. There it is. There it is. Did you see that? I sold the red 9. No, no, the pistol's gone. Man, desperate times. Desperate times. That was not supposed to happen. That's not a part of the plan. The plan is you're supposed to have the resources to fill that crown, sell it, and then you should have enough money to buy a rocket launcher, but man, say goodbye to the red 9. What am I just gonna use the bolt thrower as my pistol equivalent for the rest of the game? What's the plan here? Now we're really in the deep end because this is a very rough situation that we're in right now. I don't know, man. I don't know. We will see, I guess. This is one of the best parts of both versions of this game. Being pursued by this enemy in this sort of quiet underground area is really a standout moment in the game. Especially considering the fact that Leon has been able to deal with every enemy that he's come across up to this point. But this enemy is a completely different breed. Did have to be careful there, because if you shoot the rocket too close, you can damage yourself. I have done that before, and had to go all the way back to before the bugs. I'm not proud of it. So it's all well and good that we were able to beat Vertigo with the rocket, but am I really gonna just forego all of the handgun ammo placed in the world and just forego a handgun for this run? Is there another handgun that you can get for free in this game? Not that I can think of. Yeah, man, I guess we'll just see. Because as nice as the bolt thrower is, it's no handgun replacement. You know? It is nice though, we can loot this area because we took him out. Normally you're just running from him through these tunnels, but the elevator's here, we can go whenever we want, we can just pick everything up.
Pitiful little lamb. Your suffering came in just as it has for our newest daughter, who has joined us in communion, and now she is of our flesh, of our blood. My faithful disciple will show her the path. Go now. Deliver to these vagrant children their salvation. As you wish.
I love how it seems like he's talking to everyone, but he is like, or no, it seems like he's talking to Leon directly, but like he kind of isn't because he's kind of talking to everyone. They did a really good job with his whole crazy pastor, churchman, hive mind gospel cutscenes.
Yeah, seems like it worked.
Bad news? All we've done is buy you some time. The suppressant's effects will wear off all too soon. You ready to go?
Don't worry about me. Ashley is the priority.
In that case, we know what we have to do. Then come, Sancho Panza! Let us rescue the Princess Dulcinea!
You're gonna hurt yourself.
Hey, that was my dance. Okay, we hurry, I get it.
Why help me, though?
Yeah, I'm really worried about the time. Especially now that my pistol is gone, and like I said, you know, that was not according to plan. Looks like we might have an interesting solution here. I could go back to the starting handgun. I still have it. I didn't sell it. Yeah, it looks like I'm trying to. Okay. Okay, so we're just gonna go back to the starting handgun. You know, crisis averted. Crisis averted.
Thank you. Don't get yourself killed now.
A smart man would save here. A smart, no damage Resident Evil 4 player would save here. As soon as he got his pistol in his inventory, that is, he would save here.
Crossing your T's, dotting your... We're starting to get an idea of your tastes, friend. There you are.
Okay. So that Red 9 money kind of just worked its way back into this gun.
Not bad. Pleasant travels.
That's great and all, but again, a smart man would save here, but you know. It's not a smart man playing this game, it's me. It's just me.
Umbrella's done for. You don't need to worry about them anymore.
You didn't answer my question.
Apparently past me didn't like that. I like how I climbed that ladder and broke those boxes to the right before saving, just because I was so tired of doing it at the start of each attempt of this section. I was like, let me just get looting those boxes locked in, because it's driving me crazy.
Looks like we've got company. What do you want to do?
I think this is another section that I came up with a brute force strategy. Because the way I saw it, the more time I spent around enemies, like if I chose to engage them all and fight them directly, the more chance I have of getting hit. Very cool mine placement there to stop anybody following me. I actually really like that a lot. But yeah, dude, like, I wanted to just take my chances instead with the risky strat and just try to get through that way. You know, I'm running through, I'm pulling the switches, now I'm waiting for the drawbridge to come down to Leon's left. So I need to wait here a second. These guys always run out and stop there, so you don't have to worry about them swinging on you, but that guy will try to grab you. And then from here, I just need a good flash grenade and I can get out of here. That's all I need.
Present for you.
Looks like I'm actually going the extra mile and looting this. Probably because of my current money situation. Normally I don't grab that, I just leave. Now a funny thing can happen sometimes where the chainsaw guy actually follows you down here. He's not supposed to. But I've had it happen plenty of times to where like I'm waiting for this to explode and then all of a sudden the chainsaw guy is just like right behind me. That can kill you, so be careful.
You sure you're just a researcher?
I'm just an average guy who happens to be quite the ladies' man.
And to be honest, those fast strategies are a lot of fun. Now we're coming up on the one part of the game that I would argue is not well designed for a no damage playthrough. And I can explain.
Now you owe me.
Luis, heads up!
Now we're even. Is it always like this with you?
So as you can see, we've got a Gigante who is basic and one with armor protecting him. Now taking out the first one, very easy. We can do that very quickly, especially with that crazy fucking gun of ours. And this cutscene will play where he dies, but where you're placed after it is set. Like Leon is always going to be placed exactly where he was after that cutscene, but where the enemy is not always set. So there were so many times where I would just get placed right in the middle of the enemy swinging or stomping, and I would take damage immediately after that cutscene. And it's such an easy thing to fix because all they needed to do was just keep Leon where he was when the cutscene was triggered and keep this enemy where he was when the cutscene was triggered, and then everything would be fine. This part is incredibly aggravating, but luckily, the only saving grace is we can, you know, manipulate the AI here while we wait for Louise, and then all we have to do is go over to Louise, he'll place the dynamite, we shoot it, and we're done. But man, not an easy section. If Louise didn't come when he did, I might have been in trouble.
Got a little present just for you.
Nice shot. Then from there, we just shoot him with our crazy Little Caesar's rifle there. You see how fast that thing shoots? And it does big damage with every shot too. On top of I think it also gets the critical damage bonus. I think I was mistaken earlier. I think that's just a rifle perk in general for that weapon class.
How's it look?
Somebody who knows, if you haven't already, I'm sure you probably already did. Correct me in the comments there. Does every rifle get the bonus damage, or is it just the bolt action rifle? Because if it was just the bolt action rifle, that would make a lot of sense to me, but the CQB rifle does so much stupid damage that I feel like it has to get the bonus as well. Otherwise, the damage that it's doing just doesn't make any sense.
We're keeping those things cooped up down here too?
The underground here is sacred to them.
But just look at these sections that we're having to do, like, back to back to back with no damage. You've got the dynamite, oh my god, excuse me, the dynamite room that we did with the 2 chainsaw enemies and all the regular enemies, explosions everywhere. You've got this double El Gigante fight where you're dependent a lot on what Louise is doing and where the enemy is positioned. And now, to round things out, we've got this minecart. I mean, say what you will about Resident Evil 4, this applies to both versions. The pacing is just immaculate, you know. This game didn't fall into the trappings of something like the recent Silent Hill remake, as an example, where they sort of doubled the length of the game. This remake is about as long as the original game. The original game was not a short game. And I think the reason they did that is because they knew that the pacing of the original was already perfect. It's a perfectly paced game. And this remake doesn't do a lot to shake that up. So it's able to reap the benefits of that pacing. But it does make playing both games, trying to do a no damage run, very difficult, because you're just going through, each part is just banger after banger, but those bangers are not easy to avoid damage in.
Why you gotta be so bumpy? Left turn! Curving to the right!
Do you think that they had to have these instances of you like leaning to the left, leaning to the right to sort of load? Do you think it's to mask loading? I'd be interested in knowing that, because in the original, the minecart is just, it's like continuous fighting. It's like, you know, guys are popping out, guys are jumping on. There's not a lot of downtime, I feel like, in that version, but in this one, it's like, you have the part where you're guiding the cart, and then you have the part where you're fighting, and they just sort of alternate back and forth like that. Because this is a lot to load. These caverns are very detailed, they're very highly populated, so maybe sections like this where it's a little bit more closed off are to mask the bigger zones where the enemies need to come in. Same thing with this section where you need to get out, because the original didn't have any sections like that. You just rode it to the end.
Things are just getting started.
It's a very small section, but maybe it's just to load the next minecart section. I've gotten hit here more times than I would like to admit. I really have. There's only 3 enemies here, and, you know, the last one has caused me a lot of grief if he manages to transform.
One down.
Yeah, he also has dynamite. Shout out to the bolt thrower for letting me pick up my missed shots. I love that gun, dude. So good.
All right, let's go.
Not this again.
I really like this area. Like, look at these caves, dude. This shit is beautiful. There's so much going on in this Donkey Kong level, just from a technical standpoint. It's really impressive. How these enemies work is they always wait like a while to shoot you, but if they do get their shot off, they're not gonna miss you. You're gonna take a hit. So the game is just saying, like, take everybody out quickly. That's the most important part. That's how you avoid damage. Because, yeah, it seemed like if they had time to actually line up their shots, like if I took too long to shoot them, they were going to hit me no matter what. And of course the chainsaw guy, he can hit you pretty easily. Ooh. See, if I hadn't hit that guy with the last shot of my clip, he would have hit me. And you'll notice I'm not like unloading on the chainsaw guy because I need bullets in my clip to deal with these smaller enemies because they will hit me. I'm just trying to get the stun on the chainsaw guy instead of try to do enough damage to take out his minecart. I don't want to be caught reloading at a bad time because that'll get you hit too.
Luis, can I get a hand? Give us a 3-2-1 next time, yes, Sancho?
Whatever.
Oh, man. Huh. But actually, this works.
Now what we're trying to do here is we're trying to get to Krauser. Krauser. Krauser or Krauser? However you want to say it. We're trying to get to him. His knife fight is an iconic part of Resident Evil 4. Definitely a fan favorite part of Resident Evil 4 in both versions of the game. In this version of the game, they made it fully playable. And with that comes many chances of getting stabbed. So I knew from the beginning that the Krauser fight was going to have a save before it and a save right after it. So when I was thinking about where I wanted to save in the run, that's something that I had to take into consideration, and that's part of why so many of my other saves have been like mid-chapter or in such weird places. Here I'm just being very careful with these bugs because they keep spawning from the hive in the middle of the room. They will stop, but as you progress through the area, you just have to be careful. And considering everything that I've gone through in this chapter, I'm not taking any chances. You know, the enemy variety in this game is actually very good. Like I mentioned earlier, I've been playing Silent Hill 2 for the first time over the last few weeks. Not the remake, just the original. And it's a game that I will be talking about on the channel here soon. Not a game I plan to talk about on the channel, but sometimes I play something and I'm just like, man, I gotta talk about this game. But one of the major missteps of that game is the severe lack of enemy variety, and that's just a problem that Resident Evil's never really had. I think the closest instance of this series having that problem was maybe a game like Resident Evil 7, where all the enemies were just mold monsters and there were only like 3 or 4 types of them. But aside from that, all the other main games have an abundance of different enemy types.
Hey, I'm the brains. You're the brawn.
It really does a lot to keep the adventure fresh all the way through. Look at this cheeky camouflage. These things are such a pain in the ass. I did have a strategy that was very bold, where you just ran through and you just threw flash grenades and took people out as you needed to. But the problem is, when I got to the final stretch of the area right before the save point, there would just be too many enemies. They would just be bunched up, gathered up, and it was just too concentrated. It was way too risky trying to get through that. So what I ended up settling on is what you're seeing here, is just going slower, taking my time, and just trying to keep moving, but as cautiously as I could. Because we are hurting for time. We are hurting for time. We should be further along than we are. That's without a doubt. Ran all the way back just because I heard a bug. Those things are creepy, man. Bugs on their own are already creepy, but these weird humanoid flying bugs, man, they get under my skin a little bit. Actually, even a little bit more so in the original version of the game. Probably because I find them harder to deal with in that version of the game. But we made it.
I have some new goods that might interest you.
What a place to set up a shop. Like, all of the merchants' shop locations are ridiculous, but this one, it just might be the most ridiculous. If not, it's up there.
I know, I say that a lot, but I gotta select come back anytime.
Why discard that when you can sell it? Smart man.
Thank you. Well, well. I can certainly do something with this. Still, don't get yourself killed now.
All right, there's our save, and we're going to the man of the hour. Big Daddy Krauser. This fight is hard. I mean, no matter how you slice it, am I right? Yeah, this fight is, it's hard. It's hard enough when you can take damage, so trying to not take damage is just a whole different beast.
I'm beat. Makes you appreciate tech like this.
I don't get you. Why risk your life like this? You don't know us.
I told you. It makes me feel better.
Be straight with me for once.
Los Iluminados. I was working for them.
See, there you go.
Helping the two of you doesn't make up for it. I know that. But still, I don't want anyone else to get hurt.
In that case, you better get serious.
Harsh words for a squire. We're out of that hellhole. The fresh air is sculling our names.
My man couldn't get serious.
Gus, if we made it all this way, you know it means we're almost...
You hate to see it.
Luis! Long time no see, rookie.
Major Krauser? What the hell? Why?
Recovering stolen goods. And killing a few rats along the way. Easy work.
Ashley, it was you.
Catch on quick. Didn't I teach you? Knives are faster. Not good.
That's a hell of a kick, man.
We are just getting started, rookie.
Are you being controlled by that cult?
So the fade there was, and this is really funny, the fade there was so that I, while doing this, did not have to watch that cutscene over and over and over. I have seen that cutscene so many times. It was so aggravating having to watch it for the footage over and over, and then I thought, why don't I just record that cutscene and then splice it together with my actual successful run? And that's what I ended up doing. Now, what I found helped me out here is that Leon can do a pointed stab, or he can do a longer swing. Look at these parries, dude. Look at these parries. Look at this mashing, okay? That mashing, that will end you. That shit, that was the move that I never wanted him to do. I hated that shit. But the longer, the wider swing, I had a lot more success with. I don't know if it does more damage or what, but it was able to catch him when the other stab didn't. And so that's what I sort of leaned on. It's not a long fight. I mean, it's not. I mean, what was that? Like a minute and a half? But man, there's so much happening in that moment. That mashing part, when he grabs you, you have to mash like a god to get through that without taking damage. Like a frame longer and I feel like my health bar would have started to slip. It is no joke. This is by far the hardest part in this game to get through without taking damage. Easily.
Not looking good, eh, my friend?
And the reason I think that is because every other part is like, you've got multiple ways to go about it. You can tweak your strategy, but this part, you don't have your guns. There's nothing else you can do. You can't use your other items. You have to engage in a knife battle with Krauser.
Parasites. Help. Ashley.
But yeah, I feel bad for Louise here. He was a real one.
You know, I led a pretty shitty life. But now, eh? What do you think, Leon? People can change, right?
And I wanted to include that part here because I had the splice just to, you know, so that everybody knew that I didn't do any fuckery there with that splice. I was tired of watching that cutscene. I was so tired of it.
You won't get away with this, Krauser.
We're going to be dealing with Krauser later in the run, and while he is just as hard there, the fact that we have all of our other tools available to us just, it means it's not as difficult. At least that's how I see it.
Leon, there's only time to say this once, so listen up. They took your friend to the top of the clock tower. If you hurry, you might get there before she turns into one of them.
So you aren't heartless after all. I guess I should be thankful.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, seriously, Leon, like, damn. I mean, there's a time and a place to be a dick to Ada, and, like, that was not the time and place to be a dick to Ada. That line always rubbed me the wrong way. She literally is just telling you where Ashley is because you don't really have a lead on where she is at this point in the game, so, like, show some respect, dude.
Got some rare things on sale, stranger. Give that the care it deserves, mate. Try that on for size. We're starting to get an idea of your tastes, friend. Dazzled, are you? Still have some new items you might be interested in. Oh, my back is killing me. You can't go wrong with that pleasant.
What I think is actually kind of crazy, and maybe this is a testament to how poorly managed this run is, and I dropped a save there because I have to go back through this room and do some more side quest shenanigans, and I do not want to mess with these bugs. Anytime I have to mess with the bugs, it's worth saving. But what I was saying is, it's interesting to me that I'm rocking a charm that gives me, you know, 100% more money for selling healing items. I'm selling every healing item I come across. I'm going out of my way to get a lot of the treasures and things like that. I'm killing my fair share of enemies. And I'm still struggling with money. I'm still struggling. I haven't been able to buy any exclusive upgrades for any of my guns through my own funds, at least. I don't think so. Maybe the bolt thrower? I'm not sure. It's hard to see because I do my my merchant stuff so quickly. This is dangerous. This is really dangerous. Really, yeah. Jeez. We're backtracking to get the egg that I mentioned earlier that we need for Ramon. The game does a good job at making the world feel a little bit more lived in by putting enemies in your backtracking path. Because, like, you don't need to come in here. But instead of leaving the room totally empty, Capcom was like, oh, well, if you go back to old areas, there might be new enemies to fight. That's pretty cool. I got a ton of grenades. I got a ton of high-powered grenades. I'm doing pretty good on resources, but I'm just trying to say, you would think that I would have way more money at this point in the game. Like, I was swimming in it there for a while, but it seems the well is dried up. Now, I'm sitting there because it's cool, and because you can do it in the original. But you'll notice, if you look at that chicken that's not moving, I'm pretty sure it's laying an egg. And that's what I need it to do. Yep. And for the run, the only way that I could consistently get that chicken to lay an egg was to sit in that chair. I don't know if that's supposed to be the way that they're connected to each other, but yeah, if you're coming to that room and you're trying to do the merchant side quest where you throw egg on Ramon's picture, just sit in the chair because it, for whatever reason, makes the brown chicken lay an egg. But we also got our gold chicken egg. That's the one that we need to throw at the boss. So we're all good to continue now. The castle really is the biggest chunk of Resident Evil 4. You can get through the village pretty quickly. You can get through the island at the end pretty quickly, but the bulk of the game does take place in the castle. And so it's really a shame if you know, players don't enjoy the castle. That's really a shame. I think it's great in both versions of the game. If I had to pick one that I prefer, ah man, that's a tough one. It's a tough question, honestly. Not even just for the castle, for like the entirety of the game, because since these games are so different, and also since their continuity is like tied to different games, like Resident Evil 4 is building right off of Resident Evil Code Veronica and Resident Evil 3. This Resident Evil 4 is building off of Resident Evil 2 with a lot of the characterization of Leon, especially, right? And Ada, and the Resident Evil 3 remake as well. Because Plagas was actually mentioned in that version of the game. It was part of the parasite that they used to create the Nemesis, which was an interesting way to sort of connect the games a little bit better. But yeah, dude, like, to say I prefer this one over this one, I don't know. With these games being as quality as they are, I just feel like I can't do that. I can't choose. It all just depends on my mood, you know. If I come home one day and I'm feeling a little bit classic, I'm feeling like a little classic Resi, you know, I might boot up old Resident Evil 4. But if I feel like I want to, you know, get into that new shit, I might get into the new Resident Evil 4. You know, when people draw these hard lines in the sand of just like, no, the new one is better, the old one is better, the new one's a replacement, the old one can never be replaced, like, I don't know. It's silly. Just play the version that you want to play and enjoy the version that you want to play. These mace guys are, like, I feel like they're the most dangerous castle enemy. They feel like they're always trying to do some fuckery. You know what I mean? Like, that guy was looking at me like he wanted to charge. If he would have lived for like another second, I feel like he would have charged me. That was close. He was about to pull the trigger.
Out of the way.
Love how you can shoot that from so low down here. Yeah, there should be some enemies coming up behind us as I get to the lever at the top. So that's what that mine is for. Yep, once again, like I said, if they want an enemy behind you, they just spawn an enemy behind you. I do wonder why that is. Is it a concession for the player because the player truly can't see behind? What is this fuckery right here? You see that? After praising the geometry in that earlier chapter, that's a real shame that I couldn't just shoot that guy through that. But yeah, it's got to be some kind of balancing thing, some kind of concession for the player, because seeing directly behind you at any given moment is difficult to do. So maybe if they did try to get behind you all the time, maybe it would just be too frustrating. Now, why did I kick that guy instead of just stabbing him? I must have been feeling some type of way. Nice, that was perfect. Took out all of them. This rifle is a monster. It is a monster. The sound design on that thing is amazing. It feels so powerful every shot you take. They nailed that gun. Once again, being very careful here, because this part is tricky. You really have to watch out for just somebody just throwing some shit, you know what I mean? Like somebody's throwing an axe, a sickle, something. Really got to be careful with that. That was a weird way to die. Not bad. Not bad at all, if I do say so myself. You know, sometimes you gotta pat yourself on the back. That's a life lesson. You're welcome. Do I have the biggest case? There's no way I have the biggest case. Like, if I've got the biggest case, then I'm just like flooded with resources right now. And it's cool here that you can use their own trap against them like that.
Lift. How far?
Yeah, I wanted to trigger the trap before I triggered the lift because a stronger red robed guy is triggered to spawn as soon as you activate the lift. But this way he just gets taken out by the spiked ball. Very nice. Just like if you, just like the original, if you get too many guys who jump on your lift, it'll stop it. But I feel like it's easier to keep people off of the lift in this version of the game. Like, actually being on the lift wasn't the part that I was really concerned about. It was the part before. The actual, like, climbing up to be up here in the first place. Climbing the staircase. I kind of felt like once I got to this lift, I was pretty much golden. That was a lucky shot. Alright, now all that's left is Ramon. Now, if you fight him normally, I actually think he is one of the harder bosses in the game. But you can get a pretty consistent quick kill on him if you use the egg. So I will be demonstrating that. The egg and the mine thrower, I'm pretty sure. Panicking a little bit, but it's okay.
Not bad, right?
I think I just kicked her out of frustration.
Care of a request. Well done. Well, look at you, mate. I've got something new for you, mate.
I like how the merchant also hates Salazar. Because he literally has a request that's just like, yeah, fucking throw an egg at that guy's portrait. He's a dick, huh? And it's like, oh, hey, you did that thing. Great. I hate that guy. Leon's like, hey, I hate that guy too. Nobody respects him, man.
Welcome. I got something new for you.
Even his own comrades, Krauser and the Saddler, don't even respect him.
Give that the care it deserves, mate. Try that on for size. Dazzled, are you? Oh, that's wielded. What can I do you for? Come.
I wonder what other exclusive upgrade I go for, because the shotgun would actually be a good choice. The exclusive upgrade for the shotgun doubles the damage, and that puts it at 24 damage per shot, which is absolutely insane. Would definitely be useful. Especially as we're coming up on the regenerators on the island. That much damage from the shotgun would probably be enough to just take them out, just directly.
Back anytime. Welcome, stranger. Ooh, I'll pay a pretty penny.
Yeah, take that shotgun exclusive.
Molding a weapon. Well,
Hell yeah, brother.
given this one all we have. There you are. Sad to say that's the end of the road for that weapon. We'll have pleasant travel.
Should take that bolt thrower exclusive too. You know, I think that we went from a really dire situation to being on top once again. Because if you think about it, we're going to do the quick kill on this boss here. And then we're going to have the pleasure of looting his entire boss arena, where the developers put a bunch of stuff to help us kill him that we didn't need and that we're going to take with us to the island. This is a part I was really afraid of messing up, because you'll notice we didn't save. We did not save before this, so I would have to do everything again if I messed up here. I was very nervous about throwing the egg. You only get one shot to throw it. And I did mess it up before.
Such a fool, Mr. Kennedy. To have been bestowed with Lord Sattler's...
You talk too much.
Failed!
I love that so much.
Utterly uncivilized! Mongrel!
That should happen in more stories, honestly. It's really cool.
Allow me to show you the power I've been granted by my master. The power of God. The stage is set for the final act.
Perfect. Holy shit. Whoa! Holy damage! Emotional damage! Dude, that's amazing. The CQB rifle, it's not a gun that you ever really see being fired full auto like that. I mean, but he was at point blank range. I mean, there was nothing in my way. Holy shit, that was so much damage. I thought that I was gonna like load him up with bolt explosives or whatever, but no, I just unloaded on him. And it was enough.
No time to lose.
Insane. So we're going to be heading to the island next, and the island is a place that a lot of people are just not a fan of. I mean, in the original game and in this version. Now me, I'm actually a big fan of the island because I actually enjoy how the island sort of takes on this like almost like a action movie Rambo style of a scenario, to where like before it was like you're scrapping, you're trying to survive, you're trying to get like everything you can find, you're trying to make it through. But by the end of the game, in both versions of Resident Evil 4, whoa, I forgot about that guy. You know, how cruel is that, right? If I would have gotten hit by that guy, I mean, damn, I'd be going all the way back. Yeah, that's smart. Don't even mess with him. But yeah, by the time of Resident Evil 4, I mean, you don't have to worry about like your resources for the most part. I mean, I might eat my words here when I actually get into it, but from what I remember, you don't really need to worry about your resources anymore. You can just like kind of go balls to the wall. And I think that at the tail end of a horror game, you know, the same way that it feels good at the tail end of a horror film, it feels just as good in video games.
Perfect. Won't have to swim after all. Ah, damn it.
Looking for something? You look like you've got something to say.
I have something to ask you. But I don't think I'll get a straight answer. Raccoon City. You know, after the incident, the world changed. You try to save one person, 100 others die. I guess I changed too.
You? Leon S. Kennedy. You haven't changed. You just think you have.
Why'd she say the S? Right?
Here's my question.
Such a weird thing to say.
Or are you just trying to use me again?
What do you think? We're here. Don't think too hard, handsome. See you later.
Story of my life.
Now, something that I really enjoy about the remake of Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 4 is how they let Leon have a more connected arc. And what I mean by that is, in Resident Evil 2, the remake, Leon goes through that entire game just desperately trying to save someone. You know, just desperate at like every turn to save someone and do the thing that he feels like is the right thing to do. He's very much a Boy Scout. He's very much trying to follow protocol. You know, he's very by the book. What the hell is this? Oh my god, the costumes are back. But yeah, he's very by the book, you know, and it didn't work out for him very well in Resident Evil 2. Damn near everybody that he met died. You know, Sherry got taken by the government. It was not good for him. And now here he is on this mission in Resident Evil 4. And wait a minute, we got some tech. We got some tech coming up. What is... Oh, that is so cool. Did you see that? You guys see that? That was awesome. So if you couldn't tell what happened there, and this is kind of a testament to how well these games are made, I used the pighead guy as a meat shield, because when you step in those lasers, a turret fires on you. But since he was getting shot because he stepped in the laser, I was able to squeeze right behind him and skip that entire sequence. See, this is the kind of stuff that Capcom is just amazing at. Capcom is absolutely amazing at stuff like this. But anyway, like I was saying, in this game, Leon feels a lot like a man who's at the end of his rope. You know what I mean? He's not like cracking too many jokes throughout the adventure. He seems very serious. And that's because of everything that he went through in Resident Evil 2. Like, it still weighs on him quite a lot. And I really like how the remake of 2 and the remake of 4 get to share that connection, and we get this nice through line for Leon's character. Is pretty much all I was trying to say before I got sidetracked by that absolutely amazing tech that we just witnessed here. Now, this segment of the game, as far as my playthrough, my footage goes, it's gotta be the section that I remember the least. So, how a lot of this playthrough has just been a big surprise for me, just as it has been for you. We're really going to be getting into the nitty gritty on some crazy strats where I can't believe that I didn't get hit. Like, I mean, look at this right here. You see that? That's crazy. It's crazy that didn't hit me. But, the segment, it took me a long time to get this down. Now, I don't think that it was as bad as Castle. The Castle had a lot more instances where I was just like, dude, there's no way I can do this without taking damage, but the island wasn't far behind, I don't think. We got some nice stealth gameplay here. Very nice. Yeah, looks like I'm able to take out this whole group of dudes pretty cleanly. I mean, that, and along with like how fast I infiltrated this place. I mean, I pretty much ran right in. Didn't mess around at all. You love to see it. Resources are looking pretty good as well. Like I was talking about earlier, I see I've got a bunch of heavy grenades, and I think that I'm going to need those in particular during the Wrecking Ball segment. I think you can actually use those to get through that segment a lot faster. Leon looks absolutely terrible in this costume. He, like I was saying about him in Raccoon City, he looks like Raccoon City really did a number on him in this costume in particular. We got a nice flash to just get through this room without having to worry about the cowhead dude there. Man, this part of the game is so good. This part of the game is so good. Thought that was a item box there for a second. What do we got here? Oh, the furnace guy! Man, totally forgot about him. So in the original game, yeah, you're making your way through here, and there's a guy who was trapped in a furnace, just burning to death, and he pops out. It's like a classic jump scare from the original game, but it's not just like a scripted set piece. He can damage you. He can grab you and damage you, so you got to be ready. Now check out how fast the tone and the mood has changed here. You see this? We are about to deal with our first regenerators. of the island, and like you can tell as soon as you walk into this section, it's just everything's dark. The vibes are totally different compared to the action movie vibes that we just had. And Resident Evil 4 is really good at walking this this sort of tightrope here. I hate this puzzle. I actually got tripped up on that puzzle a lot. Wasted a lot of time. Man. It's so interesting seeing this gameplay back and, like, you know, I get reminded of what's coming up, but then I see past me just had no fear. Just absolutely no fear. Doing exactly what needs to be done. Amazing. I salute past me. Now, if you didn't know, you can actually shoot the legs off of the regenerators and make them largely harmless. I mean, they can still flop up at you, but it's pretty easy to maneuver around them once you take out their legs.
Shit, again?
As I will be demonstrating here with this guy. You do have to be careful, though. I mean, look how fast he's moving on the ground, right? I'm kind of playing Ring Around the Rosie with him here. Because I'm waiting for the key card to finish, but yeah. You don't want to mess around with these guys. We got what we needed, and we are out of there. Now, you can kill those guys to get some more resources, and I think there are a few more things to pick up in this area, but it looks like I was not about that life right now. I just wanted to get through, which I really don't blame me. Nice setup. Also very cool when you shoot these guys on the stairs, they just tumble down. It's a nice detail. Yeah, dude, I like the island a lot. The island has a lot of really cool, unique combat scenarios that you don't see in the rest of the game, and since it's the end of the game, they really don't hold anything back. It's also cool to see... Oh, what do we got here? Well, this kind of fits in with what I was going to say. It's cool to see an operation at the end of a Resident Evil game that's like still in full swing. You know what I mean? Like, you get to the lab in Resident Evil 1, and it's like everybody's dead. You get to the lab in Resident Evil 2, everybody's dead. You know what I mean? But Los Illuminados, their labs, their testing, like, it's still going on. This is still like an area that's very much under their control, and that's something that is pretty cool to see at the end of a Resident Evil game for once. We got the thermal scope here, and I think one of these guys is going to wake up. Or not. Ah, one of them is holding the wrench. That's the idea there. Very nice setup. I was able to shoot like multiple parasites from that angle. Very cool. Okay, I remember this. This is a really cool setup. More mine thrower shenanigans. Like, this is actually really cool. Okay. So I'm putting down mines everywhere, every entrance point where all these guys are going to spawn. because I'm pretty much trying to shut down their advance. As soon as you like put your key card in and try to do this, you're going to get jumped by a bunch of guys. You saw the screen shake. That was the first explosion. And I think I was lucky enough to take everybody except this one guy out. Maybe one or two guys. And they're easily done in with the bolt thrower there. See, this way I didn't have to put myself in any danger. I didn't have to let them advance on me, you know what I mean? Like, it's a super safe strat. And look how far back, like, they blow up from. Because I believe they come from the door on the left and the door on the right. So if you load that up with mines, there's nothing that they can do. And then it's all about just taking the new door on the right, and you're pretty much back to Ashley. Super clean chapter 13. I mean, sometimes you just got to pat yourself on the back. Like I said, I'll never be able to do this again, so, you know, props to me. Let's all just give me a round of applause for this super clean chapter 13. You love to see it.
Ashley. Shit.
Man, I love her in that costume. She is so cute.
You're gonna be okay.
Leon?
Sorry I'm late.
No. Thank you. You brought the medicine just in time.
Can you stand?
Where's Luis?
Crazy Leon was able to watch the door for so long without passing out himself. My man's mental fortitude is kind of next level.
We don't have much time. Let's get rid of these things.
For Luis.
I guess you don't get to be a good Resident Evil protagonist without that, I guess.
Ada, come in. There's a lab where we can remove the parasites. Had a crazy hunch that you'd know where it is.
Their most important facilities are housed in their sanctuary at the top of the mountain. That's where I'd look.
Huh. Ada the encyclopedia.
Happy to help. Now you owe me.
How do we feel about Leon and Ada, like, as a couple? I don't really know how the larger fan base feels about it. I think people like that ship. You know what? I'm going to say that I like that ship. I think that it is very obvious that they like each other. I have seen some people online be like, oh, you know, Ada, she just uses him, yada, yada, yada. And I mean, you're not wrong. She definitely uses him. But she does a lot of things for him that she does not have to do, you know? And you could say, oh, well, it's just to, you know, to continue using him in the future or whatever. But no. And I think, especially by the end of this game with, like, the post-credit scene that they added to sort of tie things in with the inevitable Resident Evil 5 remake, Ada is a good person, you know? If you've played the old games, you should know this already. Like, do y'all remember Resident Evil 6? Like, Ada is a good person, so she's also a professional. I mean, she does her job and she does it well, but she is a good person. I think that the deal with Ada is that she buried a lot of that up until the point where she had to deal with Leon. I think that Leon brought some of that back out of her, and she didn't like that, right? And that's why she kept her distance from him, keeps him at arm's length, kind of toys with him. But I think that he is reminding her, oh, hey, you know, I could choose to be better. I could choose to be a better me. Dude, the vision cones in this game they're so stupid. Where the enemy should totally see you and they just don't see you because, like, I get it. They didn't want to make this game like, you know, it's not Metal Gear Solid. We just have a fun stealth mechanic to play with. We don't want it to be overly frustrating. So it's definitely stacked in the player's favor. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. Now it looks like we had Ashley wait outside. Smart move on my part. So that I can take all these guys out. I might be thinking of the original Resident Evil 4. For some reason this room sticks out in my mind with that version. I think in that version of the game, you sort of use Ashley as bait in this room. You kind of let her get grabbed so that you can get through. Because, like, if Ashley gets grabbed, like, you could just save her, right? She's not going to take any damage or whatever. But I might have thought that was a little too risky to go for. Oh, looks like I did. Looks like I got my versions mixed up. Looks like you do that in this. I'm literally waiting. Literally waiting. Letting them go to her. Look at this guy. Look at this Joker. Idiot. Yeah, that's the cool thing about this version of the game. If Ashley gets grabbed, then that is a free backstab for you. You know, you don't even have to use any ammo to take the person out. Love the flash grenade strats, dude. Just always feels amazing.
Smells pretty bad.
But do you get what I'm saying about the island, though? Like, we've been in the island for not even, what, 30 minutes? And look at all the insane combat scenarios that we have been put into. Like, it's amazing. And here's another one. You're going to have to deal with an Iron Maiden in this tiny enclosed area. Now, looks like I'm trying to blow his ass up. Man, when they're laying on the ground like that, it's just perfect, dude.
What the fuck? Die, you stubborn son.
That was a little risky because when those mines went off, I couldn't see him. So I didn't know if he was still coming for me, but luckily the mines were enough to take him out. And you can just have Ashley hide so she doesn't get hit by his explosion. They have like a I'm dying kamikaze explosion that you got to watch out for. You think they got doors like that in real life? Like, do you think that any facility on planet Earth has doors where two people have to like time a lever to open it? Just seems like a crazy fire hazard, you know? What if like you're stuck and the room's on fire and you're the only one in there, you know? It's probably just a video game thing. But I don't know, I've never been in a secret lab in the real world, I suppose. Now this is another one of my favorite mine strats here, because when you pull this lever or go to the next trigger, there's going to be a bunch of guys that come down this hallway and they go for Ashley. And if you place the mines just right, like it looks like I kind of placed them randomly, but no, it's very deliberate placement based on how these guys move. Because that is a lot of distance to cross to get back to Ashley. Like, see, even with all those mines, this guy made it over here. But I think that we managed to take everybody else out. Yeah, awesome strat. Another one of my favorite puzzles. Man, this remake is so good. Seeing it all again, I just can't believe that one, they remade this game in the first place. And that two, it wasn't just a lazy cash grab. It wasn't just like, oh yeah, we remade it and slapped Resident Evil 4 on it, you know, whatever. Like, they really cared about this game. And so, like, if you're down there in the comments, if you're somebody watching this, right, and for whatever reason, you ended up on this video and you watched it to this point, but you don't like this game, or like you know somebody who doesn't like this game, like, how could you not? If you, okay, here's my thing. I know that tastes are subjective, right? Actually, hold on. Put a pin in this, because there's a good elevator segment for me to sort of go into this after this combat scenario. But put a pin in that. We'll come back to that later. This area is what the heavy grenades are for. Because I believe with 1 or 2 heavy grenades and then hitting the wall with the what's that thing called? The construction ball, the construction ball, wrecking ball. Oh my god. I had to think of Miley Cyrus to remember what that thing is called. 2 grenades and then the wrecking ball is enough to get through in 1 hit. If I remember correctly, it's something like that. And we are absolutely stacked with resources right now to the point where I can't even pick up this damn item that I'm trying to pick up. So that's going to be no problem for us at all. If you tried to fight this entire encounter right now, like legitimately, without taking damage, it would be very hard. Because you're going to have to deal with some of the enhanced enemies. You're going to have to deal with a lot of archers. Like, it's a bad situation. So doing the quick strat, highly recommend that. So let's see how this plays out.
Is this what they teach kids in school these days?
Have you never heard of driver's ed?
Why is this something that she knows how to do? Outside of that joke about driver's ed, she never she never elaborates on it further.
Leave our friends to me.
Yeah. Yeah, this part is a real bitch. Looks like 2 grenades, and then we just need to stay out of the wrecking ball's way because it can hit you. Just kind of keep yourself safe until she slams into it, and bam, there you go. You're clear. Now, just because it's open, that doesn't mean all the enemies will just leave you alone, right? But at least now you have this choke point. And I'm kind of panicking here because I'm like, dude, Ashley, like, you need to get in here because I don't want to accidentally shoot you or have you get grabbed or something like that. She's trying to make her way to you, and you got to make sure it's clear. You don't want her to get blown up. You don't want to shoot her as she just comes through this doorway. See how close that was? So I wasn't going completely crazy because I didn't want to accidentally shoot her. Very important, I threw that grenade before I hit the button because, you know, you got to turn your back and take your eyes off the enemies for a second. So throwing a grenade keeps them incapacitated. If there's anybody left over there, I think I took everybody out. I'm still being careful though. I don't want to pop out and have a guy around a corner or something like that. So yeah, if you're going to do this part, make sure you got 2 heavy grenades. The regular grenades won't work. It's got to be heavy grenades. But what I was getting at earlier is, if you are someone who is a fan of 1, Resident Evil, 2, Resident Evil 4, especially the gameplay of Resident Evil 4. I know a lot of people don't fight for the story of Resident Evil 4. I've always thought that it was great. And that, you know, people were way too hard on it for what it was, but the gameplay of Resident Evil 4, I just cannot picture that person who likes these things and does not like this remake. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I know it's all subjective. Like, I understand that. I totally understand it. But that person, how they could come to that conclusion on how they feel about this game, that they just don't like it, I can't understand it, man. And I love to hear from people who don't. I love to hear their takes on it and discuss it with them because it's just so fascinating to me. This remake was lovingly crafted by Capcom for you, remade by a group of people who clearly love the original game just as much as we all do. And you say you don't like it? I mean, come on, dude. Anyway, let's get back to it. Let's let Sadler speak here, because this is actually a really great cutscene.
Now, abandon your body. Obey. Obey the voice of our Lord.
Not in the original, by the way.
Sweet child, do not resist. Pray forgive these wicked sinners. My faithful disciples shall deliver to you your penance. Now, child, you need not be afraid.
Submit your body and release yourself from fear.
Okay, so like many others, when I first saw this scene, I was like, oh wow, how convenient that the gun jammed, right? Whatever. Still a cool scene, but oh, how convenient. But let me tell you, this is why Capcom are the GOATs, alright? So, all the gun fans in the comments there, they're gonna rake me over the coals for this. I don't know the actual terminology. I'm not a gun guy, I'm sorry, but there's a concept when using firearms that the gun can lock up if you are firing it with like a limp grip, like if you don't have proper wrist control, or God, what's it called? I would Google it, but I don't have a internet connection right now, actually. If you don't have control of the gun and you try to fire like you're holding it very loosely, like you saw how Ashley's hand was trembling so much, that is what actually made the gun jam. So it would have been over for Leon had that not happened. And I think that is a really great scene because it shows how strong Ashley is. She was trying to fight it, trying her damnedest to fight it, and yet she still was not able to. Leon was literally saved by an act of God. I'm not mad at it, but the fact that Capcom knows their stuff when it comes to guns, and I mean, this is something that they flex all the time in this series. Like, if the developers at Capcom are fans of anything, it's horror and guns. Like, they love their guns over there. So them flexing that knowledge to give us a really cool scene, I mean, you love to see it. If you know what the term that I'm thinking of is, let me know down in the comments, because it's totally slipping my mind. But yeah, it's something like if you're trying to fire a gun, a handgun especially, and your grip is not firm, something about that can make a gun lock up and jam. So we're coming up on Krauser, and surprisingly, not as hard as I thought it was going to be. I knew that I just needed to get to the last phase of the fight and I would be okay. But compared to his first knife fight, like after he kills Louise, this didn't take me nearly as long. It still took me a long time, but not nearly as long as that. Like, if you remember, I had to separate the cutscene before that fight because I was so tired of seeing it. I didn't have to do anything like that for this one. I just kept trying until I got it. I'm actually not sure if you can use a rocket launcher on the first phase of this fight because, I mean, he's full of, like, scripted sequences. But you can rocket the second phase. Now, actually landing with that rocket is easier said than done. I lost plenty of runs by missing the rocket shot because Krauser's a real evasive bitch, but if you can land the shot, that will trigger the end of the fight. Do I got everything? Got everything ready? Man, surprisingly put the bolt thrower away, but I guess I don't really need it. And I did drop a save here. And we also got out of that god-awful costume, thank God. I wouldn't want to ruin like this cool moment with that costume in particular. Maybe one of the other ones, but we're going default for this.
I've been waiting for you, rookie. Oh, worried about the girl, is that it? That's just like you. You always had poor judgment.
Yeah, I'm telling you, all Leon wants to do is get Ashley out of this. That's all he wants to do. He's got that Resident Evil 2 trauma, man, I'm telling you.
You can't save anyone.
Give it up, Krauser. Being a lackey for these maniacs won't bring your men back. And what the hell for? Revenge on the government? You think they would want that?
Revenge. You think I'm doing all this for revenge?
Isn't that what this is all about?
See, in that jungle, I had a revelation. The most important thing in this world is pure, unadulterated power. Those Illuminados have given me that.
You know, you were always an asshole. But at least you had some kind of code. Some honor. And look at you now.
Enough reminiscing. Move out and draw fire, soldier! Better run, rookie!
Not like I have a choice.
You know what? It looks like I lied. Because I lied about how easy this is, apparently. You saw that cut. Just like the last fight with Krauser, it looks like I separated that cutscene. Because I got tired of seeing it. I don't remember this being this hard. Was it really? Man, I guess so. Must have been stuck here for a while. Now, he's always going to pop out at you at the same times. So you don't have to worry about, like, any weird RNG when it comes to this fight. I think you did in the original version of the fight.
We barely made it out alive.
Go with your gut, don't think.
I think the real trouble spot... Here's one. Yeah, I remember that. He would get me there quite a few times. I would forget about him. See, Leon's got Leon's got that Resident Evil 2 trauma, and I've got that no damage playthrough trauma. I see certain things, they just take me right back. They're triggers, man. They're triggers, man. Being very careful here. So how this fight works is Krauser has all these traps set up. He's got all these like sentry bots set up. And at certain segments, as you work through this maze here, he'll pop out and try to grief you. But like I said, everything is always in the same place, and he always messes with you at the same spots.
Still alive, huh? You got lucky.
When it actually comes time to fight him face to face, that's not so bad. But making it to that part of the fight is actually pretty difficult. Definitely misspoke earlier. Or I guess misremembered.
Well, you've really gone all out for me. You shouldn't have.
Anything to make the pretty boy feel special.
He's gonna throw a few grenades, yep. If you clip him during these segments, I don't know that it actually is taking away from his total health at all. Makes me feel better, though.
You're really doing this?
Yeah, gotta watch out for that. He'll throw a flash and pop up behind you. You do not want him to grab you. We got the rotation! We got the... Let him live, Leon! Let him live! We got the... Oh, that's awesome. And he's still not dead? Oh, that's it. Okay, once he runs away like that, then you got it.
Are we done here, Krauser? I told you. Again.
Man, completely shut him down. Completely shut him down.
You're too soft to do what's necessary. That's the difference between you and me, Loki. Time to finish your training. Witness the power! You've lost it completely.
So this section right here, you see me backing up and then I run forward as soon as I hear him. That is because he drops down and it is very hard to stop him or get him out of there. So I'm throwing grenades to make sure he gets the fuck out of there. You see him moving up on me. And yeah, trying to do enough damage to get him to leave. That is the part that would shut down my run so many times, because he would just dash forward and you can parry it, I believe, but I was never able to get it. So that backing up to trigger him and then running forward to dodge his attack, that was my best solution to get through this without taking damage. And it's pretty consistent. Now, the way that he was like skulking around the corner over there, that wasn't supposed to happen. He was supposed to just leave because he missed me. So it's actually super weird that he was still there, and even weirder that once I opened fire on him, he tried to walk down on me even more. So I really got lucky in that instance. I don't know what causes him to behave that way. But Krauser's takedown is going to be really fast, so I'm going to just let it play out. We can enjoy it together, and I will talk about it when it's all said and done.
Nah. Time for the teacher to be taught. Oh, such confidence. Bring it, rookie!
That shot looked easy, right? It looked easy. It's very easy to miss. He's always going to jump up at you like that. And that is your best chance to hit him with the rocket, because in that arc, he's always going to be in the same place. You're always going to be starting in the same place. If I would have tried to shoot him just during the fight normally, he's so good at dodging it. He just fucking dodges it, dude.
That's right.
I mean, say he did kill us, right? What was the end game? I always wonder when these Resident Evil villains like do their big final transformation and they're totally disfigured. They're just like a monster now. Like, what? You can't make your arm go back to normal. Like, your arm is like that now, dude. So what would you have done? What could you have done? We're going to see it again with Sadler at the very end of the game. Like, if he would have won, like, I think he's completely lost at that point. He's completely lost himself. His plans are going to be foiled no matter what, even if he kills Leon or not. He's a giant tentacle monster. What's he going to do? How's he going to lead his people, you know? But anyway, actually, we got a pretty nice send-off for Krauser here. If you think about it, this is yet another person that Leon could not save. I think that's why he stops and looks back like this, because it's like he's tired of it. This is a man who is absolutely tired of losing people. And I don't blame him. He's kind of got it. He's kind of got that Chris Redfield art going on right now. And he does not like it.
Hello, stranger.
All right, we're in the end game now. We're actually looking fantastic on resources. I believe we have another crown to sell that I saw there, so that's a ton of money. We've got a ton of money on its own already, plenty of gems, and especially since we didn't have to use a bunch of ammo to beat Krauser, we're loaded right now.
Welcome. What can I interest you in? Ruby's all rubbish. It makes
I don't know if we end up getting more exclusive upgrades for our weapons. I hope we do. I'm hoping for that knife exclusive, because that one is really cool. Be nice to show that off.
bigger is better, as they say.
Finally upgraded the case. Why did I wait so long to do that? Just no reason to. Just stubbornness at this point.
Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for? A well-tuned weapon can make up for a lack of skill. It doesn't get any better than that. Dazzled, are you? You've exhausted our normal range. Well, we've given this one this kind. There you are.
That's what I like to see.
Anything else I can help you with? Come.
Yeah, that money's not going to help you just sitting in your pocket. I believe the exclusive bonus on the starting handgun is like a headshot critical bonus. Looks like we're going to wait on the crown till we can get some more gems. Oh, nice. Going into the end game with the classic jacket. You love to see it. You'd think I want to put the thermal scope back on, make things a little bit easier. We're going to have our helicopter buddy helping us out, but that does not mean that we can, you know, take it easy. People will make their way up this ladder, so I think that my plan here is I'm going to try to use the turrets to help take people out, but if I hear an explosion, I need to get off and check behind me. Yeah. And just, I love strats like that. I really do. I love like setting up a perimeter and being like, okay, cool. If I hear this go off, like, I know that somebody's trying to come for me. And there they are. Man, I might have said it before, but the bolt thrower is easily my favorite gun in this game. I don't remember if I was on the fence about it earlier in the video, but now that we're here at the end, that gun is just so versatile, so fun to use. Like, it definitely had the biggest glow up from the original game to the remake. Now, he tells you to take a break, and you actually need to listen to him. If you stick your head out around that corner, you will get hit by a turret. Very high chance of it happening, so just take the breather, like the man says. Because he'll take out everything over there. See, look, I poke my head out for a second, a rocket's coming my way. Turret's already on me. Just because I wanted to see. But yeah, man, like, the ends of these games, they're always when the tension is released. And I don't get the criticism, because, you know, horror movies do the exact same thing. Like I said earlier, we've spent the whole game, like, barely scraping by, and so you get to the end, and it's like you're able to run it back on the people that gave you grief for the entire game, for the entire story. You don't have to be scared anymore. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that for the end of a Resident Evil game. Because by the end of a Resident Evil game, it's like, you know what needs to be done, you know exactly what you need to do, you have a clear exit strategy. Like, there's no mystery that you're still trying to solve. Like, Leon understands everything that is going on with this cult and what their plans are and how they're trying to execute those plans. And he knows exactly how to stop them. Very cool grenade strategy here. You can throw a heavy grenade right up there to take that gun out. Now we're getting a little risky here. No idea how that was not damage for me, but hey, green health is green health. We got the Hail Mary grenade strats. We're just going for turret. Like, all of this is so risky. What's been so fun about this playthrough is that, like, I could see somebody else doing this and doing it so much cleaner and so much, like, safer, way less aggressive. But since it's me, and since this is just how I solve problems, this is how I like to play, you get these really stupid aggressive strategies where I'm just like, okay, do I have a flash grenade? All right, I'm just gonna run in. Like, it's really cool to see. Like, if you're here watching this and you made it this far, I hope you've enjoyed it, because I wanted to make a video like this, because I enjoy watching videos like this. I mean, I'm here in my second year of YouTube now, and my whole thing has been, I want to make the videos that I want to see on this platform, and You know, that's what I've been doing and what I'm going to continue to do, so. Very nice dodge. Yeah, this is actually a pretty safe place to go. You can let the enemies sort of come to you. They've only got a few areas where they can pop up. You're definitely in control here in this spot. This guy's taking a hot minute to go down. Look at me saving ammo, being like, is that fire going to be enough? Do I need to shoot him? And look at the resources. Look at the resources, looking like Christmas lights over there. See, and you can't get greedy. You can't get greedy. I want to go pick those up so bad, but I don't know if there's still a turret on the other side. And I don't know if guys are still coming up those stairs, so... You just can't get greedy. You gotta bide your time, take your time. If you got a good thing going in a run like this, just don't mess it up. Look at me trying to get cheeky here. I'm like, can I shoot this guy through here? Now, I don't actually know if these guys stop coming. I don't know if you can get to a point in this room where there's just no more enemies or if they just constantly spawn in. So I think I'm considering all of that in this moment. I just know that that turret needs to go. But what I'm doing there is very risky because I didn't set up a mine to my right side before I did it. And I'm still surprised that I haven't set up a mine. I'm kind of being brave here, but it would be a lot smarter to set up a mine while I'm trying to deal with this turret. We got a brave flash grenade here. Did it work? And it looks like it did. The hesitation! The hesitation! It's okay. I think I wanted to see what that guy was going to turn into specifically. Because if he turned into like a squid head like he did, then that's an easy kill with the rifle. I don't know where this guy is. Because I don't think that that's a place that you can even get to. Got a random ass sniper up there. I don't really remember the trigger to get out of this room. I think there's a switch on both sides of the door that you have to hit. And I think what I'm doing is I'm going to the far switch first. And then if I had to guess, I'm probably going to just throw a shit ton of flash grenades and run for it. I mean, there's probably like a 70% chance that that is the strat that I'm going to go for. But I'm definitely wasting a lot of time here. I gotta keep it moving because I know that I'm getting close to my time limit. This is definitely me panicking. I'm panicking a little bit. Alright, that was the first one. Now, it might be because I needed mines for later, but in hindsight, couldn't I have just placed mines on the on the far button to stop these guys who spawn in to try to protect it, instead of just going back to my safe zone here. Because this seems like not a good place to be. Well, looks like it worked. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's not good. You're playing with fire there, because what if somebody comes up behind you? Place a mine, brother. I salute the bravery, but I condemn the stupidity. And I don't think we have any more enemies to worry about. I think it's just a sprint to the end. But yeah, like, tell me that wasn't a really awesome combat sequence. Like, especially to play normally. Like, if I didn't have to run around, trying not to get hit, if you were just playing that normally, it would be absolutely insane, and it's a lot of fun. Checking my time there, because I know I did that slow.
Nice and slow. What? Damn it!
Poor went out for the homie, but this was another section that I was worried about, because immediately after this cutscene, you gotta deal with some bugs. And y'all know how I feel about the bugs. Yeah, immediate flash grenade. There's even like a really good treasure that you can get in this area, and I don't think I'm gonna go for it in this moment. I might backtrack for it, because I believe this is one of those instances where you can backtrack to get something, and all the enemies, they won't be there anymore. But just as likely I don't get it. I mean, there's not a lot of time left. We're sprinting to the end, guys. And check out our tone. Our tone changed again. We're in scary mode again, because we got to deal with regenerators again. This game is so good at doing that. One minute you're in this high octane, like freaking crazy, everything's blowing up, and then you finally get out of that and escape to like a peaceful zone, but that peaceful zone is like terrifying. You start to think, man, I'd rather be dealing with the gunfire outside than this. Like, what even is this room? What were they doing here? What was the plan? Either way, I think we're good. I don't think we have to worry about these guys at all. I'm pretty sure you can just run through. Barely made it. Looks like we got another shooting gallery here, but I don't think we're going to take it. We don't have the time.
A deal well struck, good
We don't have the time. If I do go for it, then I'm a legend. Because that means that I made it through even dicking around with the shooting galleries. But if we don't go for it, totally understandable. Do not blame past me at all. Man, that's a pretty sad crown. Am I gonna sell it like that? Still holding out. I'm like, oh, I'll find something. Maybe.
All we have to give. Pleasant travels.
That's our second to last save, I believe.
Almost there. I'm coming.
This part is hard.
Next.
This part has a lot going on. And real quick, let me get into my game design bag here, because the mark of pretty much every amazing game that I've ever played is that you have an assortment of really interesting enemies, right? And then by the end of the game, you're putting those enemies together in really interesting ways. They get you to really have to deal with new complex scenarios. Like, look at everything that's in this room. I've got normal soldiers. I've got the pig head guy with his Gatling gun arm, right? So like the strongest version of him. I've got shield guys. I've got guys with the electric pole arms. I've got guys with shields. I've got bugs. I've got the turret laser gates. All that stuff in one room. And rocket launcher guys. That's good game design. Man, that was lucky. Holy shit. Because, yeah, on their own, none of those are really that bad. None of those are really that bad on their own. But you combine them together in new ways that I haven't had to deal with up to this point. Yeah, that's how you get the good stuff. We got Punk Ashley back. Very nice.
You have come, my child.
What do you want?
I simply wish to share this gift with as many as possible. A humble wish, don't you think? You see, we are all connected through the holy body. And now your flesh and bones, your very thoughts, are already one with us.
Bullshit.
Why do you reject serenity when you need only accept the sacred gift? Like she did.
Sadler!
I like how Leon never came up with any plan to deal with Sadler's control. He just kept blindly pushing forward. He just kept moving forward. Every single time he has been in this scenario with this man, this has happened. And he gets lucky every time. Guys, is Leon a fraud? Is he? Is he? Let's check the scoreboard here. Is he a fraud? Can we all agree that Leon would not have successfully saved Ashley or himself if not for Ada and if not for Louise. You know? It wouldn't have happened.
Looks like it's this way.
And I mean, no disrespect to remake version of Leon here, because I think we can say the same thing for the original Resident Evil 4. Leon wasn't getting out of that. You know, no one-liner jokes were going to get him out of the situation that he was in that game. He needed help to get through, as cool as he was in that game. Like, you know what I mean? And I want you to imagine a world where Leon does not save Ashley from these cultists. You know, because any number of things could have gone wrong. The Plaga removal process could have killed her. Like, she could have just been killed in a battle somewhere while he was trying to get her out. Anything could have gone wrong. And the question that I ask you, dear viewer, is, do you think that if Leon did not save Ashley, that would be it for him? You know what I mean by that. You think that would be it for him? Because, I mean, does the government keep him around if he doesn't save the president's daughter? Does he go out on any other missions if he doesn't save this girl right now? Like, Ashley as a character isn't really what's important, right? What's really important is Ashley as a symbol. Leon, in order to heal, to even begin to heal, to save himself, Leon has to save Ashley. He absolutely has to. And you know what? We've come full circle, because I believe he said this exact thing at the beginning of the game. So there you go. He's a desperate man, I tell you. A desperate man with a cool jacket. Everybody wanted that jacket in 2005. I still want it.
Here goes nothing.
I mean, how pissed would he be if this killed her, right? And I get that they had to do it. And I get that they knew that it was like tech that Louise backed up, and Louise was like a brilliant scientist and whatever, and he's helped them before. So I get it. I get going for it. I would have gone for it too. But man, dude, like, if it would have killed either one of them, God, that'd be a real fucking tragedy, dude. Or even just like the consequences of it medically. That's some crazy, like, radiation going on there, dude. What if Ashley gets back home and has, like, complications from that?
Ashley.
I mean, I'm just talking shit, but something to think about.
I thought you were gonna die.
Okay.
I also like how the fact that Leon passes out as soon as it's confirmed that she has the parasite out of her. It's like his body was only going up until that moment, and then he couldn't anymore. You know what I mean? Because, like I said, it's not about him. It's not about him or anything like that. It's never been about Leon. It wasn't about Leon in Resident Evil 2. It was just about helping people. Saving people. And once he did that, his body just gave out. You know, thank God Ashley was able to get him in that chair, but
Thanks to him.
Leon's got trauma, man. Leon has got some serious trauma. He really does. God bless him. He does.
You're getting good at that.
Right? You sure you're okay?
But I believe we have made it, ladies and gentlemen. We have made it to the final chapter of the game, the true end of the game. And man, what a ride. This has been so fun for me to watch and commentate. Like, I recorded this in 2023 and commentated it over the next 2 years. This was not all in one sitting. It took me a very long time. You gotta remember, I'm a dad, having my second kid here soon. It took me a very long time to find the time to sit down and just talk over my footage of Resident Evil 4. But you know what? I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did. And like I said, if you made it this far, I appreciate the hell out of you. I really do. You're a real one. You know, whoever decided to just put some camouflage bugs in this final tunnel, like this is literally the final tunnel before the last boss. Those bugs didn't need to be there. You know? Consider the poor gamer who is recording a no damage playthrough. Those bugs did not need to be there.
Welcome. Ooh, what you buying?
We got ourselves a classic final Resident Evil room. These are always loaded up with goodies. Pretty much every Resident Evil game that I can think of has a room like this. And even the newer games have not only had a room like this, but they always have like a lore dump room, like an exposition room. I'm thinking of Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 8 especially. Oh man. Love those rooms, but they are just blatant lore dump rooms. For sure. I feel like in the older games that information was a little bit more spread out, but lately they just are like, yeah, it's the end of the game. Put all the answers to all the questions in a nice convenient room at the end of the game, you know? But let's do this thing. You feel like she fell really hard there? Because I always feel like she fell, like, extra hard there. Like she's not okay. Now, remember what I said earlier about the transformation thing? Now, Sadler is able to do tentacle shenanigans and actually, like, transform back. So maybe he would have been okay. I really don't think that Krauser's arm would have went back to normal, but maybe Sadler would have been okay. You know what? Never mind. I call bullshit on that. He would not have been okay. There's no way those are going back inside of his body. Yeah. Yeah, what the fuck am I talking about? He's not going back to normal after that. It's over. Also, is this transformation something that he was able to trigger at will, or do you think it happened because he was in such a high stress situation? Like this is something he didn't want to happen. Like it's not in his plan for this to happen. Because the parasite is so volatile and like unpredictable. He couldn't have wanted this, right? There's no way.
I'm getting sick of your shit.
Now that I'm watching it, I wonder if you have a second rocket launcher, if you can skip this sequence, because I have to fight it normally, waiting for Ada to throw the rocket. If you know, let me know. If you have a rocket launcher, can you just end the fight here? I mean, either way, this part is pretty free. It's really not too bad. You know what? Scratch what I said earlier. Actually, I don't think that you can hold 2 rocket launchers. I think that you can only have 1 at a time. But with that shot, we have made it. The only thing we have to do is our jet ski escape. And if you think that I'm gonna take damage on the jet ski escape, you would be correct, because it happened to me like 4 or 5 times, and I had to do this whole fight all over again. But it's all good. It was fun. And that's the thing about challenges like this. I would never do a challenge like this out of a sense of like obligation, like, oh, you know, I gotta do the challenge run because blah, 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 even though the game's not fun. No, the reason why I did this is because this game is fun. And this game was so fun that I played it so much, that I got so good, and I wanted to push the limits of my own skill. And that is the beauty of video games right there, brother. That's the beauty of it. If you make a game where a player wants to push their own limits, where they've been inspired to do that, then you've made one of the greats. And Resident Evil 4 in all forms, well, maybe not the Game.com version, but all the other versions of Resident Evil 4, amazing. Absolutely amazing. This game has the reputation that it has for a reason.
Until next time, Leon.
Where's she going?
Who knows?
I don't understand. Why would she just...
We gotta move. Island's gonna blow.
It's gonna what?
Yeah.
Still not completely done yet, because I think there is a guy who can grab you. One guy who can grab you. That you got to watch out for before you get to the jet ski. We'll see here in a second.
Thank you.
There he is. Yeah, dude. You can get hit by that guy. Man.
They're nothing now their master's gone. It's over for them.
Now, with Sadler dead, all of these guys who are sort of a part of the hive mind are just like convulsing on the floor, right? So that makes me wonder if they had somehow beaten Sadler before they got the parasites out, would they then die? Like, is it actually a good thing they weren't able to take him out until they got the parasites out? That's something to think about, yeah. So the thing about this jet ski is, you don't want to just blindly speed forward, because you will clip into something and you will take damage and you will be pissed about it. So you see me here like barely accelerating, just trying to make it through here. I do get a little swaggy with the jumps, you know, because it's Resident Evil 4, you gotta. But once, right after I slow down, just trying desperately not to get clipped by something. It's a lot. It really is a lot. The butthole is definitely clenched after everything that we've been through. Because, I mean, we've been through a lot. It's been hours at this point. That was a close one. And that's it. Amazing game. Fucking amazing video game.
I'm not sure that was insane.
I can't wait till they remake it again in 20 years.
Mission accomplished, right?
Mission accomplished. When you're home safe.
Thank you for saving me.
Don't mention it.
You know, I could put in a word with my dad. Have you assigned to my detail, if you're interested.
You don't need me. You proved you could handle yourself. Even if you could use a lesson in knife safety. Come on. Let's go home.
Man.
Condor 1? Roost to Condor 1, do you read me? Come in. I said come in. Is this thing even on? Leon! Leon, are you and Ashley all right? Where are you? Come on!
Now, I'm actually surprised that once they lost contact with Hunnigan, they didn't send like a full squad to the island or whatever, you know? I guess they did send Mike, but we saw how that ended for him. But anyway, that is Resident Evil 4 Remake. An absolute love letter to the original Resident Evil 4. One of the greatest video game remakes of all time, and completely on its own, one of the greatest Resident Evil games of all time. Remaking Resident Evil 4 was no small order. Resident Evil 4 is a game that is on such a pedestal and has such a legacy. If you're younger, you just don't understand because you really had to be there. Resident Evil 4 is a game that came out when this series was dying. I mean, like, let's call it like it is. The series was dying. Resident Evil 1 Remake was out on GameCube and it did not perform terribly well. Resident Evil 0 came out next and did even worse. we had Code Veronica before both of those games, and Code Veronica just was not what people wanted. I remember reviews at the time being like, oh, this Resident Evil formula, like, oh, these games are so stale now, blah, blah, blah. Like, people did not like the tank controls. People did not like the fixed camera angles. They didn't want that anymore. And for Resident Evil 4 to come along and change things the way it did, I always say that, like, the biggest magic trick that this game pulls is that it really didn't change as much as people think it did. Let's watch Ada here, and then I'll get back into it.
Patch me through. I've obtained the amber.
Excellent.
Just one question. What are you planning to do with this?
I do not pay you to ask questions. All you need to know is a new dawn is breaking. 100 will give their lives so that just one may live. I am expediting that change.
So, we're talking millions of casualties.
Billions.
How ambitious. We're changing course now.
We got old more eugenics Wesker over here. Can't wait to see more of him. You know, great scene with him. He doesn't have many, but great scene with him. I can't wait to see more of Remake Wesker. That actor, he's got big shoes to fill because, oh god, and forgive me for this, I'm totally spacing on his name, but the old actor for Wesker and Resident Evil 5, man, amazing, classic. But like I was saying, Resident Evil 4 didn't change as much as people think. Here's the big thing that Resident Evil 4 did, okay? Resident Evil 4 ditched the pre-rendered camera angles and put that camera behind Leon's shoulder, letting you freely aim it. It didn't make it so that you can move and shoot. It didn't make it so that you could freely like kick or whatever whenever you wanted to. They were all context sensitive actions, which we already had in the previous games. It didn't get rid of the tank controls. I mean, this is a huge one. Like, people never mention this, but the original Resident Evil 4 still has tank controls. It still has the exact same tank controls that the old games had. Like, it wasn't this big shakeup the way that everybody felt like it was. You get what I'm saying? Like, it felt like more of a shakeup than it actually was, and it was exactly what the series needed at the time. You know, we get Resident Evil 5 right after. We get Resident Evil 6, which, in my opinion, is a simply fantastic third-person shooter, third-person action game. Yeah, it got crazy, but I'm a Resident Evil 6 defender. The stakes and the story of Resident Evil 6, especially with all the main characters that are in that game, that is what facilitates all the action and over-the-top craziness in that game. That's exactly why you had to do a Resident Evil 7 with a fresh face after that. Because Leon S. Kennedy is a hero. He is an action hero. Chris Redfield is an action hero. Jill Valentine is an action hero. These characters have been through it and they know how to deal. They are so incredibly skilled. They can deal with this stuff. But somebody like Ethan Winters, He can't deal with this. But anyway, I don't want to get into all of the other games here. Let me just end things here by saying that remake culture doesn't have to be a bad thing. A remake of something does have to work a little bit harder, but if it's successful, it can stand on its own two legs. This game is not stepping on the toes of the original Resident Evil 4. This game will never replace the original Resident Evil 4. But I'm glad that we have it. I'm glad that we have both, and I will continue to go between both for the rest of my life. I thank the developers of this game for giving it the care and attention that it deserves. I thank the developers of this game for not shying away from the goofier parts of it. I thank the developers of this game for believing in the original scenario of Resident Evil 4 and accepting that it was a fantastic horror scenario. It really was. I mean, you're a lone operative sent into this foreign country. Everyone's trying to kill you. All the locals are trying to kill you. You don't know what's going on. You don't really have any backup. And you have a civilian that you're trying to protect as well. Come to find out, you're both infected with what's making all the people go crazy. Forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it. This game, both versions, deserves every ounce of praise that it has gotten. And if you are a Resident Evil 4 hater, you gotta tell me why down below. You gotta tell me why. Because I will debate you until I can't debate you no more, brother. I want to know all about how you feel about it. I want to know. Please tell me. But that's all I got for now. This was a really fun project, really fun to make. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm bound to do this with other games that I really love. I don't know if it'll be a challenge run like this one. Maybe the next one will just be a normal playthrough, but look for these every once in a while from me because they're fun and they sort of break up the normal content on my channel. So again, thanks for watching. Like if you liked it, subscribe if you want to see more, and until next time, peace.